Ash on my tongue, iron in my lungs, blood on the snow, name on their shields, night in my veins, storm in my ears. Wolves trace our steps, gods count our kills. You are waiting for Valhalla, I can hear it in your roar. Every scar a burning banner, every heartbeat keeps the door. You are waiting for Valhalla as the crows begin to call. If I fall in thunder. You are waiting for Valhalla. Frost on the oars, wraith like white smoke, eyes on the shore, fire in the dark, both on my tongue, salt on my cloak. If this is the end, let it leave a mark. You are waiting for Valhalla, I can hear it in your roar. Every scar a burning banner, every heartbeat keeps the door. You are waiting for Valhalla as the crows begin to call. If I fall in thunder. You are waiting for Valhalla. If I do not see the morning, carry my name in your mouth. Raise up the horn, pour the glory, let my children hear the shout. Hey! You are waiting for Valhalla, I can hear it in your roar. Hey! Every scar a burning banner, every heartbeat keeps the door. You are waiting for Valhalla as the crows begin to call. If we fall in thunder. You are waiting for Valhalla.
All right. Here we go. Here we go. Another Friday Night Live. All right. First things first. I know on Tuesday I said Friday we would have Professor Jang on. I didn't look at the schedule. That's actually next Friday. Okay. Friday the 17th. Professor Jang will be on. Tonight we are going to be talking about how the ceasefire is over. All negotiations are now done between the United States and Iran. So we're back to square one. Yay. So we're going to talk about what happens next. We're going to talk about the fact that Congress just initiated a dementia test request for old Donnie Boy. Old Donnie Boy. And then we're going to talk about a couple more things. Oh, yeah, of course. The Pentagon threatening the Pope. Yes, we are threatening the Vatican. So I guess that's where we're going to war next. We're going to go to war with the Catholic Church. Okay, that's bizarre. But we got that going on as well, if things weren't bizarre enough. And then to top it off, we'll talk a little bit about the craziness with Melania today, huh? Who would have thought that story would re-erupt with some very, very bizarre press conference from Melania. So we'll talk about that at the end. Okay. Should be a good show. All right, where's everybody tuning in from tonight? Before we get started, where's everybody at? See all the regulars in the chat. I see the mods in the chat. Pyongyang. Hell yeah, brother. Yeah, we're going to talk about the ceasefire that's going to be sabotaged over and over and over again whenever we ever get to it. Northwest Arkansas. Hell yeah. The swamp. Hello. Louisiana. We got any Salem, just north of me. Just north of me. Hell yeah. Compton, baby. Ooh. Oof. Hell yeah. Ghana. Wow. The what else we got? What else? Fort Bragg. Ooh. Six's mom tuning in from Kauai. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Okay, very, very cool. All right, got a couple different things we're going to talk about later in the show as well. But yeah, that's the main thing we're going to be talking about today. I'm going to show you why this ceasefire ended, because now the White House is now claiming that they never agreed to any 10-point plan, and then I guess there was never a ceasefire to begin with. So we just literally made that up out of thin air. Again, a way for Trump to chicken out of his threats of obliterating an entire society was to release a made-up ceasefire that was never a ceasefire to begin with. So, yeah, woo, yay, great. So we're gonna unpack that as we go as well. All right, let's start with a little comedy. This might be the best video on the Iran conflict that I have seen yet. You guys may have seen this. It's going incredibly viral. But this video is absolutely hilarious. All right, so let's kick it off with a little comedy, set the tone, because yeah, the world's on fire and everything's terrifying right now, but it's always good to start with a little bit of comedy. Have you guys seen this? If you haven't seen this, it is fantastic. Let's watch this.
I'm not sure why we're all still having trouble with this. Let's try it again from the top. This is a victory for the U.S. because our goal from day one was for Iran to open the strait that didn't close till after we attacked, which was completely controlled by their military we had total dominance over. And it was a waterway that we could have taken over, but instead asked for help that we didn't need, but we'll remember that our allies did not give us, all because of the negotiating power of a FIFA Peace Prize recipient's threat to annihilate a civilization in order to liberate them from a regime that changed, which was not our goal, but we will take credit for, from an old man who hates us to his younger son who hates us for those reasons, and that we killed his father. And while it is not clear the status of Iran's nuclear capabilities that we obliterated last year, but we're going to be a problem in 2 weeks, one thing is for sure. They now have more money and control of the strait than they had when they made the old deal that we ended because it was terrible. Now, I think that is enough about authoritarian propagandistic regimes. Does anybody have any questions about the Trump Library golden statue? All right, I'm not sure why we're all still having trouble.
Oh, it's hilarious because it's fucking true and it's spot on. So it's said Gonzalez says that literally sums it up. Yeah, that's literally what we're looking at right now. Nobody can really keep track of what the hell is going on because, yeah, we're now, the strategic objectives of the war currently, per the Pentagon, is to open the Strait of Hormuz, which was already open and not under Iranian control before the war started. But also open the Strait of Hormuz and allow Iran to control it while still tolling all Western ships, the United States and all of our allies, $2 million per oil tanker that comes through the strait. So again, the art of the deal. Oh, it's silly out here, ladies and gentlemen. But don't worry, we got some real accurate. Here's something a little bit more accurate, right? Trump declares victory over pants after 6 weeks of shitting in them, which is also pretty much the state of things as well. Yes. We're going to talk about Trump shitting his pants and having frontal lobe dementia here in a little bit as we get into the absolute crash out that this fucking guy just had on Twitter. Don't know if you've seen it yet. The novel he wrote about literally every conservative podcaster. So we'll get to that, but we gotta figure out what the hell is going on first here, right? Like we started, what was this? Easter Sunday, we went from threatening to obliterate the entire society to that night declaring a ceasefire that we now learned was never a real ceasefire, even though Trump said he accepted Iran's 10-point deal in his actual True Social post. Now he's claiming he never accepted that 10-point deal, and also that Iran reclosed the strait because Israel can't stop committing a genocide again in Lebanon. So that brings us to where we're at currently. As of today, which is that all negotiations have been cut off between the United States and Iran again. And Trump is issuing threats to obliterate Iran again today. So, yeah, we've come full circle from where we started Tuesday back to where we started where we started Sunday, all the way back around to where we started Sunday, where we are now. So if that's confusing, don't worry. It's because it's confusing. So, all right, let's jump into this, okay? So to my point, we all thought we had this peace deal, right? This 10-point peace plan. We talked about it on the channel. We were pretty happy with it. It was going to get us out of the Middle East. It was going to open up the Strait of Hormuz. The United States, pretty much just gives up and leaves. It's what we wanted. It was probably best case scenario. That, of course, was destroyed by our greatest ally immediately as they violated one of the main points on that 10-point plan. The problem is that Donald Trump was so embarrassed and has been raked over the coals so hard by the entire world, by the way, over the last couple of days, because everybody's just acknowledging what a massive surrender it is. So now Donald Trump is backpedaling and claiming that there was never a ceasefire to begin with. And that 10-point plan was never real to begin with, even though he literally said in his own True Social post that it was real. So this is where we're back to now. So Trump, out of sheer embarrassment, is now saying this, that the failing New York Times and fake news, and we're going to debunk this, by the way. The failing New York Times and fake news CNN, they're fake news again? They weren't fake news when they said he had 100% approval rating from MAGA, right? Then they were the best news organization in the world. They're back to fake news, so everybody understands CNN is back to being fake news. Each reported a totally fake 10-point plan on the Iran negotiations, which was also Fox News reported this, by the way. We showed you that in a video. So not just, it was every news outlet, because this is the truth. And a fake 10-point plan on the Iran negotiation, which was meant to discredit the people involved in the peace process, a.k.a. Trump's embarrassed. All 10 points were made up hoax. Evil losers. Make America great again. Again, we're going to debunk this completely, but that's where we're back to now. Okay, here's Carolyn Levitt, also, little mini Satan, came out and said that White House Press Secretary Caroline Levitt tells Barack Ravid that Lebanon is not a part of the ceasefire agreement with Iran. However, according to literally the person who brokered the deal, right, Pakistan, their prime minister, he's the one that brokered the deal. Donald Trump admitted to this, says right here in his own post, with the greatest humility, I'm pleased to announce that the Islamic Republic of Iran, the United States of America, along with their allies, have agreed to immediate ceasefire everywhere, including Lebanon and elsewhere, effective immediately. So the White House, of course, just fucking lying through their teeth, as yes, the person or the people who brokered the actual deal have literally come out and said this was part of the deal. Okay. So that's where we're at. Donald Trump now backpedaling, I guess, chickening out again of his own agreement. And so we have apparently no 10-point plan or no ceasefire, no peace deal, no nothing now. We're just kind of making shit up as we go again. Okay. So I know that's a little confusing, but we can also just take a look at Iran's own state media. They has said, and this was as of, I believe, a couple hours ago, or no, yesterday, excuse me. The U.S. and Iran negotiations have been suspended. They're also talking about massive troop movements from the United States to the Middle East. We're going to talk about that. So, yeah. No deal. As they say here, reports of the Iranian delegation arriving in Islamabad are false until the U.S. fulfills its commitment regarding Lebanon. Negotiations are completely suspended. So we see it right there. There's no negotiations. There's no ceasefire. There's no peace deal. It's all made up. And it sounds like it was all made up from the start, or it was real, and then Donald Trump got embarrassed when his entire base freaked out and lost their minds that he was literally surrendering, and so he's trying to backpedal his way out of it. And so where are we at now? Right back where we started. The Strait of Hormuz is closed. The United States can do nothing about it. As you can see, gas prices are not coming down. I just saw it today. We're up near $5.50 a gallon for regular in Oregon. So that's great because we were at about, I think we were at about $2.90 before the war started. So going well. We're up over $2 a gallon of gas. Diesel is $6.50 a gallon here. Yeah, and I live in a farming and ranching community, so got buddies that are big farmers here. And I didn't realize, guys, what a $1, let's say a $1. I was talking to my buddy Brian, who's he's got a huge farming operation here in town. One of my buddies, the same buddy who did the Charlie Kirk ballistics test with me, the guy who's shooting for me. So he was explaining to me how it works for diesel, and because pretty much all their farm equipment works on diesel. He was talking about we've had about a $2 increase a gallon in diesel. He buys 10,000 gallons of diesel at a time, like per month. And so if you think about that, a $2 a gallon increase in diesel for the farmers or someone like him, that's a $20,000 increase a month, just purely off the top, just for his regular farming equipment for him to keep up. Now you think about how insane that is when you're talking about big farming operations and agriculture operations. They're getting absolutely wrecked. $1 a gallon increase on diesel for them costs them tens of thousands of dollars, right? $2, $3, and all of a sudden they're no longer even profitable. They can't even make money. So yeah, and what is that going to do for us? What does that do for you, the consumer? Well, all of that food that they have to grow, and the cattle they're ranching and everything, well, that cost has to get passed on to you. Inflation, we all know what happens, right? So, and then there's gas prices at the pumps for yourself, and it's just, we are at the, I don't think people realize we're at the beginning stages of feeling the effects of this economically. It is going to get substantially worse as the supply chains continue to be completely screwed by the Strait of Hormuz. So we're just now starting to feel the real pain. It's in its infancy yet. So we should probably figure out peace, but it doesn't look like we're going to do that because here's what Donald Trump is saying now. Trump vows U.S. forces to stay near Iran until a real agreement is reached, as next conquest awaits. I'm assuming this means Greenland or Cuba. Maybe he means Turkey, right? Because we're going to talk about NATO. You guys have seen that Trump's threatening to leave NATO. I want you guys to understand the United States is not going to leave NATO because it's mad at its European allies. It's very, very clear why we are going to leave NATO. We are going to leave NATO because Turkey is in NATO. And in a year or so, when Israel starts its new war with Turkey, they've already said that Turkey's on the list after Iran, and the United States get involved. The United States can't attack as a NATO ally another NATO ally. So what are we going to do? We're going to leave NATO. That way, the United States isn't in NATO and can jump in and start attacking a NATO ally. That's why we're going to leave NATO. Mark my words. Give it a year, and I promise you can come back to this episode and be like, oh, wow, look at that. Exactly what they're doing. That's why we're talking about leaving NATO. Is for that reason explicitly. But yeah, we got to deal with whatever this is in Iran is first, right? But we're not done with this shit, right? Like, we're not done with our greatest ally getting us into wars. This is just the start. They've already made it clear. Iran's a stepping stone. Turkey's next. Obviously, Lebanon currently is another, like, to do the Greater Israel Project. We gotta attack everybody, right? So this is just the start. This is just the start. It's psychotic. All right. Now, it gets a little confusing because while Donald Trump is also threatening to restart the war, or not restart the war, but kick back off, aggression with the war, he's also saying stuff like this. The United States will work closely with Iran which we have determined has gone through what will be a very productive regime change. Replacing the 86-year-old Ayatollah with his more radical son, I guess, is a productive regime change, even though the regime has not changed at all. Okay. There will be no enrichment of uranium, even though that is something we agreed to. So, okay. And the United States will, working with Iran, dig up and remove all the deeply buried B-2 bombers' nuclear dust. Okay, so we're going to go pay to clean the bombing we did? I don't know. It has now been, and has been under very exacting satellite surveillance, Space Force exclamation. Nothing has been touched from the date of the attack. We are and will be talking tariff and sanctions relief with Iran. Many of the 15 points have already been agreed to. Oh, but wait, the 15 points have already been agreed to, but Trump, you said that this was a hoax. Hold on, this is confusing. You said 2 days ago, again, I'm just trying to keep up, right? We're trying to keep up. 2 days ago, very productive. The points have been agreed to. We're going to lift sanctions. And then 1 day later, it's all a fake hoax. My gosh. Dementia Dawn. It's hard to keep up, right? Hard to keep up with where we're at. But, and as I say that, the following post then is this one. Okay, here we go. After we had everything figured out with Iran, now let's do this post here, which is all U.S. ships, aircraft, and military personnel with additional ammunition, weaponry, and anything else that is appropriate and necessary for the lethal prosecution and destruction of an already substantially degraded enemy remain in place and around Iran until such time as the real agreement, reached is fully complied with. If for any reason it is not, which is highly unlikely, here we go again, then the shooting starts. Seriously, it's time for the 25th. Like, yeah, this is... Then the shooting starts. Why did he quote that? Is that a famous phrase? Is this a famous phrase from a movie? I don't know. Shooting starts, okay? Bigger and better and stronger than anyone has ever seen before. It was agreed a long time ago, and despite all the fake rhetoric to the contrary, no nuclear weapons, and the Strait of Hormuz will be open and safe. Okay. And again, so you know the Strait of Hormuz is completely closed to the United States and its allies. Again, that's nothing. It's not open at all. But yeah. So, and what the fuck? What is that comment? Got some weird comments in here. What is this? Why'd you talk shit? Why do you shit talk Shrek then use? I didn't shit talk Shrek. At all. I showed you who he actually is. I showed his stolen valor and his domestic violence. That's not shit talking. Cry about it, you little bitch. And I haven't talked about that in what, a year? I don't know, you're a fucking weirdo. All right, back to it. Weird people in the chat. Jesus Christ. Okay. Now, if you feel like this is all over the place and this feels like a little bit of dementia, well, so does Congress, because this just broke as of a couple hours ago. And that is, Congress has submitted a formal request for Trump to submit a cognitive exam due to repeated exhibiting symptoms of dementia. So it is official. Congress is going to force him to take a dementia cognitive exam, which is probably a good thing, although though it's going to be through a White House doctor. And it's not going to give us anything. I'm sure they'll say it's the best. He'll say the best cognitive test, the best dementia test anyone has ever taken, You're a weak little boy. I am objectively huge and strong as fuck. Sorry, that doesn't work. You got to see, here's the thing, guys. You can't say to Nate, who's 6'3", 245 pounds, jacked and strong as fuck, you're a weak little boy. You have to get a good insult that actually works. You can't say the polar opposite of something that I am. It doesn't work, okay? I am way bigger and stronger than you, objectively. You and I both know that. Get a better insult, please. They got to be good. They got to be funny, all right? That's just retarded. Now, let's keep moving. We got a lot of dipshits in the chat tonight, huh? All right. Now, let's keep going here. Now, when we're talking about dementia, holy shit, did you guys see this? This is going to be, I don't think I haven't read this yet. Because I saw him post this and I got like 2 sentences in and my mind gave up. My brain gave out. So I figured I'll wait for the live stream and we'll read it together. Okay. So here we go. I know a lot of you guys have seen this. You guys have seen this. All right. So this was Donald Trump crashing out on literally everyone because, oh man, we just got a ton of rain. Thunderstorm just came in. I have to hold on a second. Let me close the window, guys. This is like pouring and thunder outside. Give me 10 seconds here. Wild stuff. That's crazy. It's been sunny all day, too. Sounded like a bomb went off, but it was just thunder outside. Dude hit leg day? That doesn't work either. Outside my calves, my legs are gigantic as well. Ugh. And I can squat more than you. So there's that. You can make fun of my calves, though. My calves, that's an easy joke. I gave that one to you. You can always a good calf joke is always appreciated on this channel. All right, now let's get to it. Let's read this absolute disaster here. This absolute disaster of whatever this is. Again, I got about 3 sentences in and I quit. Are we ready? Okay, this Donald Trump posted this yesterday. Again, after everybody has been calling for the 25th Amendment. Let me drink some water here. We're going to work our way through this. This is literally dementia. Like, this is the definition of dementia right here. Here we go. When people just ramble and ramble and ramble and ramble and nothing's coherent and there's 1,000 different subjects that are coming up. This is exactly what dementia looks like. Here we go. All right. Are we ready? Let's brace ourselves for this disaster. I know why Tucker Carlson, Megyn Kelly, Candace Owens, and Alex Jones have all been fighting me for years. That's not true. They haven't. They all campaigned for you, by the way. This is recent that everybody's turned on you because you are a fucking America-ass psychopath, especially by the fact that they think it is wonderful for Iran, the number one state sponsor of terror, to have a nuclear weapon. None of them have ever said that because they have one thing in common. Low IQs. Yes, dementia dawned, calling everybody low IQ. They're stupid people. They know it. Their families know it. And everyone else knows it too. Look at their past. Look at their record. They don't have what it takes, and they never did. Not sure what he's talking about here. They've all been thrown off television, lost their shows. Candace Owens literally has the number one biggest podcast in the world. I believe Tucker Carlson is in close to the top. Jesus. That's crazy thunder. That was close. Tucker Carlson, a giant show, and Megyn Kelly, Alex Jones, also very, very big shows. So this is not true. Lost their TV shows and aren't even invited on TV. I think he means mainstream media because nobody cares about them. They're nut jobs, all caps, troublemakers, and will say anything necessary to for some free and cheap publicity. Now they think they get some clicks because they have third-rate podcasts. Again, Candace Owens has the biggest podcast in the world. Bizarre take. But nobody's talking about them except for you, Donald Trump, who's a massive crash out rant about them. And their views are the opposite of MAGA. Yes, they are. Or I wouldn't have won the presidential election in a landslide. MAGA agrees with me and just gave CNN, we're back to supporting CNN again, 100% approval rating of Trump, all caps. Not hand-flailing fools like Tucker Carlson, who couldn't even finish college. He was a broken man when he got fired from Fox, and he's never been the same. Okay. Perhaps he should see a good psychiatrist, or Megyn Kelly, who nationally asked me how now the famous only Rosie O'Donnell question, or crazy Candace Owens, who accuses the highly respected First Lady of France, Brigitte Macron, of being a man, and when she's not, and hopefully win lots of money in the ongoing lawsuit. The lawsuit's been dropped, by the way. Actually, to me, the First Lady of France is far more beautiful woman than Candace. I bet Donald Trump is attracted to Brigitte Macron, actually. So that was a weird flex. In fact, it's not even close. Again, there's a lot of dementia going on here. Or bankrupt Alex Jones, who says some of the dumbest things. and lost his entire fortune, as he should have, for his horrendous attack on the families of the Sandy Hook shooting victims, ridiculously claiming it was a hoax. What are we talking about, dude? These so-called pundits are losers, and they'll always be. Now fake news CNN. Oh, fake news CNN's way. Hold on. We had CNN just gave him 100% approval rating, and he says CNN polls are to believed, and then we're back to in the same post. Fake news CNN. Okay. They're fake again. The failing New York Times and all of the other radical left news organizations are hailing them and giving them positive press for the first times in their lives. They're not MAGA. They're losers, just trying to latch on to MAGA. As president, I could get them on my side anytime I want to. But when they call, I don't return their calls because I'm just too busy on world and country affairs. After a few times, they go nasty, just like Marjorie Trader Brown. But I no longer care about that stuff. I only care about doing right for the country. MAGA is winning. MAGA is about winning in strength and not allowing Iran to have nuclear weapons. MAGA is about making America great again. And these people have no idea how to do that. But I do, because the United States is now the hottest country anywhere in the world. President Donald J. Trump. All right, dude. Holy shit. Holy shit. If you can't look at that and say this guy has dementia, you are so fucking, your head is buried so far in the sand. I know MAGA can't handle it, right? MAGA will try to somehow justify that, but that is literally insane. That is insane. That is the definition of sundowning. That is exactly what people with dementia do. They cannot keep anything straight in their brains. They bounce around back and forth with topics all over the place, nothing to do with what they're talking about. That is super chats. Yeah, we can stop for some super chats. That is the definition of dementia. The dude has dementia, okay? And we're going to show you a little bit more. But before, give me a second to finish out what we're gonna talk about with why he's so pissed at all these people, and that's because everybody's turned on him, right? Because he again has gone America last. He's abandoned all of his base, well, except for the people who just somehow will support him no matter what he says or does. But here was Tucker. This is why he's mad at Tucker.
Voted for Trump.
Yeah, I campaigned for Trump.
It was
a lot.
When I look back on it, I was sold a straight lie.
You think?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I want no wars. I believe in Christ teaching peace and love and loving your neighbor. And in one breath on Easter Sunday, we have pastors claiming similarity from Trump to Christ in regards to the beatings and the lies. And then the next day, he's threatening to blow up power plants and bridges, hurting civilians. Like literally the most disgusting evil in a tweet I've ever read. I totally agree. From a president. And I'm like, wait, but our Christian leaders are still going to try to protect that and justify that.
How dare they?
Yep. All right, so that's why he's mad. That's why he's mad at Tucker. Here's why he's mad at Alex.
25th Amendment is asked.
The problem is to get the 25th Amendment is harder than impeachment. You have to get 2/3 of the House and 2/3 of the Senate.
So what do we do?
Tackle Trump and let him pretend he's president and publicly report that he's going through a health issue and Vance take over. It literally needs to be something like that. It's that bad.
All right. Some other ones. I mean, he's mad at everybody because it's everybody talking shit about him now.
It looks like Trump has chickened out again. There's another Taco Tuesday. This is a complete and total U.S. defeat.
I am sick of this shit. Can't he just behave like a normal human? I mean, honestly, like the president, 3D, yes, shut up. Fucking shut up about that shit.
See, Alex, it was good to say we'll destroy their whole civilization and fly, we'll use nukes. See, they gave in. No. So this is just a pause, just like the other Korean War. The war never ended.
The president's demands, we have not reached any of those. He said that we want to dismantle
Even Fox News had to admit it.
all major nuclear facilities. That has not happened. They have not suspended their ballistic missiles program. They're still firing them off.
Who do you think you are? You're tweeting out the F word on Easter morning? No decent person mocks other people's religion.
It's just so obvious slop from Trump on Easter.
Man, dude, the recklessness of Donald Trump. We're not trying to start a holy war with 1.5 billion people.
How do we 25th Amendment his ass?
Well, it looks like
It's everybody. It's everybody. Pretty much everybody. Even Megyn Kelly. And here's the thing with Megyn Kelly. Megyn Kelly cannot get off the fence. Megyn Kelly literally, but 24 hours before Megyn Kelly threw that big tantrum about Donald Trump, she literally said, I would still vote Republican even if Donald Trump nuked Iran. And then 24 hours later, she's throwing a massive tantrum about Donald Trump threatening to nuke Iran. So Megyn Kelly's got to get off the fence, right? But pretty much, somebody said she lives on the fence. Yeah, she does. She does. That's kind of her shtick, though. But I mean, it's everybody that's in the conservative space. And I mean, like, look at this. Like, but this is what you'll get on Fox News. Look at this psychopathic shit. Watch them all laugh about Donald Trump threatening to nuke Iran.
Joint base, Andrews. Let's watch.
Defeated, and now we're going to open up the Gulf with or without him. But that'll be open. We're going to be.
I believe this was. Hold on. I believe this was the most recent one, right? This was just. Yeah. This was. This was as of 3 hours ago. By the way, let's go back and see what Donald Trump had to say about what's going on with the war.
With or without him, but that'll be open. We're going to be, or the Strait as they call it, and I think it's going to go pretty quickly. And if it doesn't, we'll be able to finish it off one way or the other. It's going well. The Navy's gone. The Air Force is gone. All anti-aircraft is gone.
All anti-aircraft is gone. So those 10 aircraft that we just lost in that botched bombing campaign, that F-15 that was shot down, that A-10 that was shot down, that HH-60 that was shot down, 2 A-10s technically were shot down. How were they shot down if there's no anti-aircraft systems? I don't know. Pilots just hit a bird? Interesting. Again, let's just watch him just make stuff up on the fly.
The leaders are gone. The whole place is gone. So we'll see how it turns out. So it's JD and Steve and Jared. You have a good team, and they.
Let me restart it so you guys can actually have to watch him.
And I think it's going to go pretty quickly. And if it doesn't, we'll be able to finish it off one way or the other. It's going well. The Navy's gone. The Air Force is gone. All anti-aircraft is gone. The leaders are gone. The whole place is gone. So we'll see how it turns out. So it's JD and Steve and Jared.
Is that Eric back here? Is that Eric? What is he doing? Why is he just standing back here in the tiny frame? Okay, that's bizarre.
You have a good team, and they meet tomorrow. We'll see how it all works out.
You're not going to let them toll the strait, are you? I mean, it's international.
No, we're not going to let that. It's international water. If they're doing that, nobody knows if they're.
He's claiming that Iran isn't tolling the strait. Okay.
They're doing that, but if they're doing that, we're not going to let that happen.
What would a good deal look like for you?
No nuclear weapon, number one. You know, I think it's already been regime change, but we never had that as a criteria. No nuclear weapon. That's 99% of it.
Strait of Hormuz as well?
Yeah, but that'll open up automatically. The answer is yes, but the strait will open up. If we just left, the strait's going to, otherwise they make no money. So the strait's going to open. But what we have is no nuclear.
What is he fucking talking about? They make no money. They control the Strait of Hormuz. They can freely sell all their oil right now. What is he talking about? That they can't make any money? Just babbling.
Nuclear weapon, but we'll open the strait anyway. Don't forget, we don't use the strait. Other countries use the strait. So we do have other countries coming up, and they'll.
Are the other countries in the room with us right now? Because all of our NATO allies have now just cut us off from even using their bases in Europe. So, not sure who these other allies are coming to save us are.
Help out, but we don't use it. It won't be easy. It won't be. I would say this: we will have that open fairly soon.
That guy's in charge, ladies and gentlemen. We're in one of the scariest times the United States has been in a long, long time. The global economy is tanking, and that guy's in charge. Yeah, that's don't expect anything positive to come out of this. But that's just his brain is not even working. His brain's fucking mush. He just rambles. He's got no coherent ability to talk about anything. Like what was he even saying there? They can't have nukes, but we already regime changed them. What? Because you killed the Ayatollah, you killed one guy, and you think that changes the regime? His son's in charge, and his son is far more radical than he is. What are we talking about? They keep saying that the regime has been changed. There's a difference between leadership and a regime. We've changed the leader. We have not changed the regime. The Revolutionary Guard still has complete control of the country, just like in Venezuela. Maduro's regime is still in charge. It's rough. It's rough to watch, ladies and gentlemen. It's painful. It's painful. All right, and then again, here's another one of why he's mad at Candace, because Candace came out and said the 25th Amendment needs to be invoked. He is genocidal lunatic. Our Congress and our military need to intervene. We are beyond madness. Speaking of dementia, and then we'll get to some super chats here in a second. Also, very obvious. You can tell by they try to like cover this up in makeup. His hand gets really, really bruised because he's taking an IV in his hand. This is very, very common with dementia medication. And so it's another one of those telltale signs of, he's currently on dementia medication as well.
Wants to have Iran or anybody, but nobody wants to have Iran with a nuclear because these people are crazy. They're absolutely crazy and they're vicious, violent. I mean, nobody wants to have Iran.
Literally see it. And they don't cover it up very well, right? They try to, but you just get JD then. That's true. Unfortunately, while that is true, JD Vance is definitely an upgrade. I know people want to be like, JD is just as bad. He's policy-wise just as bad, but he's not just as bad. And the reason why, he won't be for 2 years at least, the reason why is JD Vance will try to actually improve things politically so that he can get reelected in 2028. Donald Trump doesn't give a flying fuck. So at least JD will try to give some appeasement to the people, the American people, so that he can he'll most likely to try to trick enough conservatives to vote for him in 2028. And then if he wins in 2028, then he ushers in the Palantir surveillance state, right? So for now, he would be a little bit better. Because nothing's worse than Donald Trump. There's absolutely, I don't know, at this point, I'm not even willing to say Kamala Harris would be worse than the current Donald Trump, the dementia-ridden Donald Trump. I don't think there's anything worse. He's too far gone. And you see this, you're seeing this. This is like the last ditch argument that MAGA has, right? Is they can't say anything good about him, so they'll just say, well, Kamala would have been worse. And it's like, are you sure? And I was hardcore anti-Kamala, but I mean, how could anything be worse? What's worse? I'm sorry. This guy's cooked. His brain's cooked. He's like, his brain is cooked like Joe Biden's, except he is psychotic on top of it. Joe Biden was a brain cooked and a corpse. This dude is cooked brain and a psychopath. Whew. Yeah, we can do a poll. You got, let's go to the poll. Let's find out. You got 2026 Trump, which is the current psychopath, dementia-ridden Trump, versus Kamala. God, if my if the internet goes out or if the stream goes out, it's not the government, it's this crazy storm we have outside, so just be prepared for that. I mean, it sounds like bombs going off outside. Yeah, I don't know. I don't see how anything could possibly be worse than this dude. He's out of his fucking mind. All right, let's hit a couple supers and then we'll get back into the episode so we don't fall too far behind. All right. Brody says, hey, Nate, not sure if you've commented on this, but do you believe there's any possibility of validity to the rumors that the downed weapons officer was a cover for a special op extract to enrich uranium? No, I don't believe that story whatsoever. I think that story is Fed slop designed to make Donald Trump look like a hero instead of telling the true story, which is that he was carrying out a bunch of war crimes and got a bunch of planes shot down. I don't know why people want to exonerate Donald Trump from that story. It's very bizarre to me. Right? Oh, make him this hero of this giant, special operations raid where we killed 1,500 Iranian military members. I don't know. Sorry. I know what it takes to raid underground facilities, and it would have taken a lot more than what they're suggesting. So, no, I don't believe that story. I think it's just slop. But you're free to believe whatever you want, but that's coming from a guy who was in special operations. So, I did not. Yeah. We'll get to that. We'll get to that in the episode. $93 billion for the stupid Artemis NASA product, and we have 33,000 homeless vets in this country. Make it make sense. And, I mean, I'd rather spend $93 billion on Artemis than the war. But to your point, yeah, we need to fix our own country first. The astronauts made it back to Earth safe. All right, all right. Katie says, why have one religious war when you can have two? Dementia Don, probably. Yeah. Anna says, did you see the video of the dude burning down his job at the Kimberly-Clark warehouse? This is concerning. I hope it doesn't catch on. I did see that. I think he came out and said, like, hey, pay us more. So, yeah, people are pissed. Working class Americans are pissed off right now. Were you always this late in the military? I wasn't late. What do you mean? I was on time. Show started at 5:15. I started literally 5:15 on the dot. We were perfectly on time. So I'm not sure what you're talking about. I am here at the Coachella Music Festival, 250,000 in attendance music festival. Hopefully our greatest ally doesn't give any false flag ideas. Ooh, that's kind of scary. I didn't know Coachella was right now. I used to really be into going to EDM festivals when I was in my early 20s. Never went to Coachella. Been to a lot of the other ones, though. All right, couple more. Will IWI firearms now be shunned, or are they just another gun at the range? I don't know. Don't know, man. It's kind of like SIG. Everybody still uses SIG P320, even though it's got a lot of controversy. So I don't know. Tater salad. After that intro, you didn't come on camera with Munchkin. Yeah, Munchkin's not here. Munchkin's at the new house. The new studio is almost built. The studio itself is finished. We have to get internet dug out to it, which they're doing the next couple days. And then we got to get HVAC put in. So we should have the new studio up and running probably by next week. Probably by this time next week. So that should be cool. All right, a couple more. Oh, shit, you already started? My phone was the problem. There you go. Is the first lady a wore-out Jeffrey worker? She says, no, unprovoked. We're going to talk about that. Melania Trump did her best impersonation of Bill Clinton. I did not have sexual relations with that man. Big E. Yeah, that was very, very bizarre stuff, wasn't it? For her to just come out and say. But we are going to talk about that in the back part of the show. Okay, just more dementia, right? And this is just the way people with dementia act as he lashes out at people and yells at reporters and snaps at them. Here's some more of that, and then we'll keep moving here. But yeah. All she asked was, can you explain why we're sending 5,000 Marines to the Middle East? And he snaps at her and goes, you're an obnoxious person. It's like, I don't know. You're the president of the United States. And that seems like a pretty fair question. Doesn't it seem like a pretty fair question? Remember when he lashed out at that reporter and called her piggy? There's a lot of it. What are you talking about? I never voted for Trump. I don't know. Why do people always say this? You voted for it. Like, you have no idea who voted for what, dude. So why would you bother saying this? Tons of people in this channel, in this chat right now, did not vote for Donald Trump. It's a very bizarre thing to say. Don't know. Yeah, I mean, you could think that, I guess. Is Kamala Harris a pedophile? Because I don't support pedophiles like you guys do. Not all of you in the chat, but... Yeah, then looks ooh, that's a lot worse. I thought we might have a 60-40 or a 50-50. It's pretty bad when the audience 75% said Kamala would have been better. Oh, yikes. That's pretty brutal. That's pretty brutal out there. For Donald Trump. Yeah. Dude's cooked. Dude is cooked. All right, last one of little psychopath dementia behavior, and then we're going to jump in and start talking about why the ceasefire will continue to be broken over and over and over and over and over. and over again. Let's take a look at this.
Anything like we're doing in the Middle East with Iran. And they are negotiating, by the way, and they want to make a deal so badly, but they're afraid to say it because they figure they'll be killed by their own people. They're also afraid they'll be killed by us. There's never been a head of a country that wanted that job less than being the head of Iran. I don't want it. Well, listen to some of the things they say. We hear very clearly. They say, I don't want it. Would like to make you the next supreme leader. No, thank you. I don't want it. But I want to express my gratitude to.
Okay. Let's watch a little comedy sketch by JP Spears here, explaining the war. Another good comedy sketch. We could use a little bit of comedy as we work our way through the insanity, huh? We always like to take little couple minute breaks to get some funny stuff in this insane world we're living.
Gosh, what the hell? This war with Iran is confusing me. Bro, the war is over. It's done. Nope. Israel just pulled us back into it. Never mind. Yeah, what's going on? We're getting all these conflicting messages. I can't even track what's happening. Dude, I've listened to everything. It's pretty straightforward. Explain it to me. And start with, why did we get into this war in the first place? So, in late March, us and Israel, so mostly us, started attacking Iran to eliminate their nuclear capabilities. Wait, what was that Operation Midnight Hammer thing about last June? That was strikes to eliminate Iran's nuclear capabilities, and that was a great success. After it, Trump declared, Iran's nuclear capabilities are 100% gone. Okay, and then we started an all-out war in March to do the same thing we already did. Like, that already doesn't make any sense. Well, not so fast. Well, yes, but the strikes in March killed Iran's supreme leader. We knew that if you kill their leader, then you win the war. So total victory, case closed. All right, then what happened? Well, Iran started retaliating for some reason. Maybe because their leader was killed? Maybe. So the war didn't end again like we thought it would. Like, of course they would retaliate. Yeah, nobody saw it coming. But then, and get this, Iran escalated things by closing the Strait of Hormuz. That was a big deal. Right? And then everybody around the world started freaking out about oil prices. Yeah. So at this point, we're just really in the war. Can't stop even if we wanted to. It's awful. But here's the good news. On March 15th, Trump announced, we have won. It's a total victory. Well, that's good. And then what happened? The war continued. Oh, but he said total victory. It's more about the journey than the destination. It sounds misleading. But don't worry, because at that time, Iran was negotiating with us on a ceasefire. What came of that? Israel killed Iran's negotiators. So negotiations failed somehow, and fighting continued. Why would Israel do that? But as the war went on, by late March, Iran's military was so weakened that Trump said, and I quote, they have nothing left. We've knocked out their missiles. At this point, they're basically shooting at our great pilots with BB guns. No match for our beautiful brand new F-35s and F-15s. Well, that's good news. Then what? Iran shot down 2 of our aircrafts. Ironically, an F-35 and an F-15. Did they use BB guns? No, shoulder fire missiles. But Trump said they... Luckily, we rescued all the pilots, though. But if Israel didn't kill the negotiators... Well, I'll tell you who's been a good negotiator in this. Trump. Art of the deal kind of aura he's got. How so? Well, in early April, Trump said that if Iran doesn't reopen the Strait of Hormuz, he's going to knock them back to the Stone Age. What Iran do? Get this. They did not reopen the Strait of Hormuz. Great. But then Trump turned up the negotiating heat on Iran, trying to get them to agree to a ceasefire deal when he said, a whole civilization will die tonight, never to be brought back again. Game, set, match right there. God, that's genocide. Nope. He was just saying it. Oh, that's the threat of genocide. What? It's a negotiation tactic commonly used. I've used it. One time I was at a car dealership. They weren't coming down on the price. And I said, if you don't give me $5,000 off this car, I am killing everyone in this dealership. Did you get the car? No, I got arrested, so it didn't work. It worked for Trump because he got a ceasefire deal out of it, and Iran reopened the Strait of Hormuz. We won. Great. So the fighting's over? No, Israel immediately broke the ceasefire deal and pulled us back into the war. What the f*** is wrong with Israel? So the fighting resumed immediately. What the f*** is wrong with us for being allies with Israel? Yeah, our greatest ally. And Iran reclosed the Strait of Hormuz.
Yep,
How
it's
will
all
this
true.
war ever end? Well, basically, when we can get Iran to reopen the Strait of Hormuz, the war is over. It's complete and total victory. Was the Strait of Hormuz open before the war started? Yes. And the reason they closed it was because the war started? Yeah. And the reason we're still in this war is because we need to get the Strait of Hormuz open. Yeah. Well, what the fuck? Yeah, you get it now. I'm glad I could help clarify. Well, if you'll excuse me, I gotta go pay my taxes to help fund Israel. Life is good.
Yeah, so hey, that's JP Spears. If you don't already know who he is, he's got a huge channel, but it's in the pinned comment to that video, and you can go follow him. He's got great stuff. A lot of hilarious stuff from JP. The best part about that whole bit is that none of it was actual comedy. I mean, the way he presents it's comedy, right? But all he did was tell the story of the war. That's it. That's it. He just literally told the timeline of the war, and the timeline itself is the comedy. And that's what's so great about that. He didn't have to lie about anything. He didn't have to exaggerate about anything. He just literally went down the timeline of the war. And that's what a fucking clown show this entire thing is. You know what I mean? Now, speaking of what JP just talked about, and that is that, well, Israel is not going to allow us out of this conflict. They're not. They are going to sabotage this every single time, right? And part of the way they're going to be able to do that is because in the peace agreements, Iran is saying you have to stop bombing your neighbors, you have to stop the Greater Israel Project, you have to stop trying to invade Lebanon. That's part of the deal. So think about this. This is all it's going to take. Let's say the United States and Iran actually come to a full brokered peace deal. The war is over, right? Everybody's agreed on it. We make it 2 weeks to a month. Israel starts bombing Lebanon again. Guess what happens immediately? What happens immediately after all that work, peace negotiations? The second that first bomb drops, Strait of Hormuz is closed. And we're right back to square one. And they can do that over and over and over and over again. The only way for the United States to get out of this war is to leash Israel and Netanyahu. That's it. There's no other way out. If we don't press the thumb down and potentially cut off, or at least the threat, cut off all funding, or the threat of you drop another bomb, all U.S. aid is cut off to you. That's the only way. We have to leash them. And when we're going to get in this, when we're talking about Melania later, I don't think the current United States president cannot do that. He does not have the power to do that. Because in my opinion, and what most people are thinking, a lot of people are talking about today, including big channels like Tucker, Candace, it's because he's blackmailed. Right? And so every time he gets close to the point of saying, hey, you got to stop, they just go, okay. Well, here come the tapes. Sorry, bud. And he's got to capitulate and let him do it. So we're in a position where this current president cannot get us out of this conflict because of this. And we're already seeing it. And even this is what JD is saying. This guy's supposed to be in charge of the peace negotiations, is now saying, if Iran wants to let this negotiation fall apart over Lebanon, which has nothing to do with them and which the United States never once said was part of a ceasefire, oh, first of all, that's a fucking lie, and we'll go back to that here. That's ultimately their choice. So it's Iran's choice to not agree to the ceasefire because Israel is going to continue. JD Vance is saying right here, we are going to allow Israel to continue bombing Lebanon. straight from the negotiator's mouth. And when we pull it back, right back to this, as you can see, from the Pakistani prime minister who brokered the peace deal, have agreed, both the United States, along with their allies, have agreed to an immediate ceasefire everywhere, including Lebanon and elsewhere, effective immediately. JD is fucking lying through his teeth that this did not happen. Okay. And here we go. Let's listen to Nick talk about this. Let me make sure that this is from the beginning, though. Believe this is the clip I want.
We did not achieve any of the objectives that we set out to accomplish. And not only did we not achieve a single objective, but we're actually worse off than we were before. Prior to the war, you had free navigation in the Strait of Hormuz. Now, this is Iranian territory. Iran has claimed this waterway. They have taken it. They have seized it. And now they're using it to enrich themselves. Now this is Iranian territory and they're charging a toll. So the status quo actually empowers Iran more. We set out to take things away. And after these 39 days of war, Iran has more than they had before in terms of capability. In terms of quantity, yes, they've lost some of their command, control, and communications. And yes, they've lost a lot of equipment, and we dealt a very significant blow to their military and conventional forces. In terms of quantity, their armed forces are degraded, but in terms of capability, nothing has fundamentally changed.
Yep.
They still have their drone and missile producing cities buried underground, totally operational, and they will be making drones and missiles for the next 2 weeks. And they still have a stockpile of drones and missiles, and they still have launch platforms hidden and dispersed throughout the country. And they still have the IRGC in power with a decentralized chain of command.
Yep. Everything he just said is objectively and fundamentally true about the current situation. And, as things are not going well for most people, well, guess what? They are going well for, who guessed it? Oh, Trump's sons. Because Trump's sons are now selling their weapons in the Iran war their father started. Yes, the drone companies that they have, that they got taxpayer-funded money for, by the way. Yes, Eric and Donald Trump Jr., their drone company is now selling weapons to the Gulf states. So between the two Trump sons here making hundreds of millions of dollars, and yes, we do hate corruption. We do hate the dumb shit that is being done to our country. You are right. The fact that you don't is a great demonstration about how big of a fucking retard you are. Okay, so that's on you. It is what it is, right? You're just a dumb fuck. So there's no hope for you. But we're also saying this now. Marco Rubio is now we can't conventionally secure the Strait. So now we're going to cry about it and say that Iran is committing terrorism in the Strait of Hormuz, says Rubio. Okay, cool, Rubio. Guess what? That's not going to change anything. I love this comment here right away, too. What about bombing a school? Or what about bombing school children? What is that? Yeah, remember that elementary school? That little girl elementary school where we killed almost 200 little teenage girls, 10-year-old girls? Yeah. Oh, and I love this comment. This is another fucking retard, right? Where were you at during Biden? I was bitching about Joe Biden and how shitty of a job he was doing. It turns out, yeah, we complain about both sides here when both sides are fucking bad, right? But you, however, are the type of person that buries your head in the sand because you're a giant fucking cuck and you let your wife get fucked by other dudes in the hotel corner chair. That's you in the Republican Party right now. By not holding your own party and the people in charge accountable. That's you. You're a little cuck. Sorry. I mean, that's just the reality of it. Okay? Some of us actually hold whoever's in charge accountable. So, yeah. We were complaining then, too, it turns out, because we're just tired of the uniparty garbage bullshit. Now, here's another one that's fantastic right here. And that is a little bit of a dementia, a little bit of what's going on.
Is that something you're considering? I'd rather do that than.
Oh, hold on, let me restart it. We got to get this one from the beginning. It's amazing. Here we go.
Mr. President, are you allowed to, or are you willing to end this conflict with Iran charging tolls for passage through the strait?
Us charging tolls?
Iran.
What about us charging tolls?
Is that something you're considering?
I'd rather do that than let them have them run. Why shouldn't we? We're the winner. We won. Okay. They are militarily defeated.
We're going to charge tolls over the strait that we don't control instead of Iran. The United States is charging tolls now, even though we can't get any ships through the Strait of Hormuz. Okay, I love how he just screams at her, "We won!" It's like, well, yeah, except we haven't, objectively. Yeah, if you have to scream "We won" in a reporter's face, chances are you probably haven't won yet. You know what I mean? It's a little while out here. Now, here's why the ceasefire is not going to happen and the peace deal is never going to go through. And we're seeing this already, right? Here, new former Israeli Prime Minister calls Trump's ceasefire deal with Iran the greatest political disaster in Israel's history, saying Israel was excluded from negotiations and now is in a vulnerable position. Ooh, yeah, our greatest ally doesn't like that. And so what did they do immediately? Well, since that number 10 on the 10-point plan was that Israel had to stop bombing Lebanon, they immediately, same day, killed 1,000 plus Lebanese civilians. And for those of you who don't know why this is so disgusting and why it's so bizarre that MAGA evangelicals are sitting here silently, Lebanon is almost a Christian majority country. And in fact, Lebanon has the highest Christian population in the entire Middle East, and it's not even fucking close. Almost 40 to 45% of their population is Christian. Is the Christian population in Israel is like 2%. So what do we have? We have Israel bombing Christians, slaughtering Christians. And we have MAGA evangelicals cheering that on. What a time to be alive, huh? You can't make that up. It's absolutely insane that we allow that to happen and there's not massive outrage, but that is the reality of it. You know what I mean? And again, here's another. Nick's got a lot of good stuff on the Iran conflict. I mean, he's been right about the Iran conflict way before everybody else, right? He called this before Trump even became president.
The way that you end the conflict is you put Israel in their place. Iran is saying, we don't want a truce. We don't want a ceasefire. Why? Well, obviously they want some form of a truce. What they don't want is a 30-day reprieve for Israel and the U.S. to replenish their munition stores and then launch another attack. So what Iran is saying is, we want a permanent end to the fighting. We want confidence you're not going to do this again. Well, what is driving the conflict between us and Iran is Israel. So if you want to give Iran assurances and open up the strait, the road to that runs through Israel. Yep. You have to break the back of Israel so that they don't continue egging this on and provoking Iran. Only then can you give the assurances necessary to Iran to have a permanent cessation of hostilities. If you want to end the fighting, that's what you do, and we solve it tomorrow. But
yep. I mean, that's 100% perfect. Nailed it, right? That is the only way. That is the only way we see an end to this conflict. There's no other way out, because they're just gonna, again, they're gonna sabotage it every single time. Every single time. Let's see. I want to see what our boy Ben Pappas, he's live right now. He's going to have us check out. He's talking about economy right now. Excuse me. All right, we're going to hit a couple super chats. Then we're going to talk about the Pentagon threatening the Vatican. Yeah, that's a thing. We literally threatened the Catholic Church with, I'm not sure what. I mean, maybe we're going to bomb them. We're going to bomb the Pope, it sounds like. So that's insane. All right, let's hit a couple super chats, and then we'll jump into that story next. All right. Thanks, Nate, for the great show, fellow U.S. Army veteran. Thank you, brother. Thank you, brother. DNC already kissing the wall. Yeah, that's the problem, is it's both sides. Thank you for the super sticker. The Nobel Peace Prize game is real strong. Yeah, he definitely deserves one now. Bobby says, looks like someone's best friend and his wife are looking to mess up all his 4D chess. Well, we're going to get to that story, aren't we, Bobby? Yeah. It's a little odd what's going on with Trump's wife right now, with Melania. All right. Thank you, Coach. Good Lord, we're the first that needs a regime change. We're the first ones. We're the ones that need a regime change. Well, we kind of are getting one, right? We just purging all of our generals. We're starting to fire the Trump administration. Although we're replacing them with people that are even worse. So there's that. Leonardo DiCaprio with the big $50 donation. Thank you very much for the generosity, brother. Threatening the Pope. Yeah, we're going to talk about that next. Hegseth quoting the Bible, thinking that Jesus is on his side, who let himself be crucified without striking back, only asking, Father, forgive them, for they know not what they do. Those who live by the sword die by the sword. Yeah, the funniest part of that story, and we're going to get to it, is Pete Hegseth trying to claim that this is a divine war sent by God, and the Pope coming out and just saying, nah, sorry, Pete, you're a fucking idiot. So that's probably where the threats came from, is Pete getting slapped down by the Catholic Pope. But we'll look at that. Tucker's video today posted today in a foreign language. I haven't seen that yet. I'll take a look. Lifting tariffs between Mexico and Canada and USA would help. Yeah, we don't really need the tariffs at all to begin with. Tariffs are just a tax on the American people. Hardway says, don't worry, boys. It's always darkest right before pitch black. Stay tuned, folks. Yeah. Oh, my gosh. It's true. Tucker Carlson, Jesse Ventura for 2028. Jesse's too old, man. Jesse's too old. I do like Jesse Ventura, but he's too old. He's too old. Tucker, though. Tucker's a choice. BS, no on YouTube, Lego loser, come loser, and loser. All right. When we get drafted, I call dibs on Barron to carry my ruck at Man Pack. All right, a couple more. Let's jump into the Pope story. Peace talks get blown up by you-know-who. Iran blame, justification for next major escalation. Yeah, and it also raises the false flag fears pretty high too, right? I would love to see you debate Dan Holloway. Oh, that dude's a giant cuck, dude. Yeah, he tried to defend Tim Kennedy back when Tim Kennedy was going through his stolen valor stuff. He's a giant douchebag. From JT's old podcast, Drinking Bros, he said anyone questioning 30-06 doesn't. Yeah, but I mean, he was in the Air Force, right? He didn't know anything about fucking guns. Yeah, Dan's a giant pussy cuck, dude. He's not relevant enough for me to, have on my show or talk to, though. That dude, nobody listens to that dude. So, nah, just a dork that, is not worth my time. Some fertilizers went from $300 a ton to over $500. Yeah. All right, last one. Soju from Hong Kong, I think. Thank you very much. Wouldn't Turkey smoke them? Oh, no, because no. Because when Israel goes to war with Turkey, that means the United States goes to war with Turkey. That's how these things work. They don't go to war by themselves, big dog. They're no Hamas. They're leading the way with drone warfare. Yeah, but again, that's where the United States comes in. So we go fight the war for them, right? That's why we would leave NATO. The United States would leave NATO. That way we could attack Turkey, who is a NATO ally. That's what I meant. Israel's not in NATO, so they could do it right now, but the United States needs to leave NATO first for that to happen. So that's why we're going to leave NATO. Not for any other reason. Like don't let anybody fool you on that one. All right, let's jump into it. Let's talk about what's going on with the Catholic Pope and the Pentagon. All right, so what's happening is the Catholic Pope has denounced the United States. He's denounced Trump. He's denounced Pete Hegseth. He's denounced this war. And of course, why wouldn't he? He's the Pope, and this is a disgusting war for no reason. So obviously, he's going to have this take. So Pope delivers a harsh rebuke to Pete Hegseth. He says, "This is our God, Jesus, King of Peace, who rejects war, whom no one can use to justify war," because obviously Pete Hegseth is using Christ to justify this war. "He does not listen to the prayers of who wage war, but rejects them. Even though you make many prayers, I will not listen. Your hands are full of blood." Woof. Whoa. The Catholic Pope throwing haymakers. Just absolutely telling MAGA evangelicals to go fuck themselves. And Here's a couple more statements from the Pope. And again, this is why the Trump administration is so mad at the Pope. Yeah, they don't like this. They don't like this, right? And again, here's the statement from the Pope, and this was, of course, in response to Pete Hegseth as he makes those insane claims about the war. Now, this is where the threat comes in. So, we just got this reporting yesterday, and that is new reporting reveals the Pentagon threatened Pope Leo's ambassador over the Pope's anti-war statements. This is what the Pentagon said to the fucking Vatican. America has the military power to do whatever it wants in the world. The Catholic Church had better take its side. Holy evil, psychotic. Wow. Who the fuck says this? This is not what a Christian country says. America has the military power to do whatever it wants. Catholic Church better take its side. What the fuck are we doing? That's a straight up threat to the Vatican. For what? Being anti-war? For criticizing the war? Okay. Who says that? And yeah, here we go. Here's more. Excuse me. More of the story here. Excuse me. And it says here, the U.S. told Cardinal Christophe Pierre, America can do whatever it wants, and the Catholic Church better get in line. Wow. That's where we're at in America, huh? And it's going to start to make sense when you see why. And it's all coming from this theater kid dork, Pete Hegseth. And it says here, anti-Catholic bigot Pete Hegseth holds Protestant-only religious service at the Pentagon. Hegseth banned a Catholic service for the first time. So, you have this dude actively in the Pentagon trying to attack Catholicism, which is like, why? What are you doing? Why are you attacking the Catholic Church? This is how far gone we are. But you know what? Do you really want to know why this administration is attacking the Pope? Yes, for being anti-war, but it stems back to what Pope Leo said earlier in the year. This is why they really, really hate his guts. Is because his stance is that Israel is an apartheid state, and he says a Palestinian state is the only solution to the Israeli conflict. This is why they hate his guts right here. Because he's calling for a two-state solution. And the Christian Zionists, they have no interest in that, right? Absolutely no interest in that whatsoever. And here's another reason. Catholics are anti-Zionists. And you're going to see all of the cardinals and all of the bishops talk about this. Bishop Strickland says the Catholic Church is very clear that Zionism is not a Christian idea. And again, this is why they hate the Catholic Church. Bishop Strickland says the loss of life in Gaza is a holocaust of our time. Ooh. Here's another one that they really don't like. Bishop Strickland again, as Catholics, our allegiance is not to any political figure, party, or movement. Our allegiance is to Jesus Christ, who is the way, the truth, and the life. We must be willing to speak with honesty and charity when something falls short of that, no matter who speaks it. And they really don't like that because they need Donnie to be their king. He's their daddy, right? Don is MAGA's daddy. And so they don't like the idea of the Catholic Church going against what their daddy is doing, right? So they're going to attack him. And this is what they're going to do. They're going to do this. The Vatican confirms that Father Pierre Al-Rai was killed by Israeli missiles while helping Muslim and Christian victims in South Lebanon. Told you, they're just slaughtering Christians right now, and nothing's being done about it. But you do have this comparison here. The Pope says God doesn't support us in this war. Ben Shapiro says he does. You choose. So yes, you can decide between Ben Shapiro's take on the conflict on this, or the Pope. But now you may be asking yourself, J.D. Vance is a Catholic. Shouldn't J.D. Vance be out absolutely denouncing this as a devout Catholic? Why is J.D. Vance allowing this to happen? Why is J.D. Vance silent on this? Well, he was actually asked about this, about the Pope being threatened. Let's see what he had to say.
A buzz the last couple of days with the Free Press story saying that senior Pentagon officials in January, including Rich Colby, brought Cardinal Pierre into the Pentagon.
Brought who?
Cardinal Christophe Pierre
Okay.
into the Pentagon.
I haven't seen the story, unfortunately.
The reporting by the Free Press is that they told him that the American military has a lot of might and they can do whatever they want, and the church should get on its side. Does that message sound correct to you? Is that something you would sign off on?
So one, I with no disrespect to the Cardinal, I don't know who Cardinal Christophe Pierre is.
So again, he's a fake Catholic. These are just fake Christians, right? You can tell right away.
He's the ambassador to the Holy See and the U.S.
Oh, okay. I've met him before. Sorry, I just didn't remember the name. I've never seen this reporting. I'd like to actually talk to Cardinal Christophe Pierre and, frankly, to our people to figure out what actually happened. I think it's always a bad idea to offer an opinion on stories that are unconfirmed.
She gave him a quote, right? And
uncorroborated, so I'm not going to do that. First of all, I actually think, and there's a lot of bad faith negotiation and a lot of bad faith, propaganda going on. I think this comes from a legitimate misunderstanding. I think the Iranians thought that the ceasefire included Lebanon, and it just didn't.
Oh man, dude! As a devout Catholic, he couldn't just come out and say, I condemn threatening the Catholic Church. I condemn threatening the Pope. It's not hard. Any Christian should be able to do that, regardless of if they're Catholic or not. You should be able to say, yeah, no, I don't agree with whoever said that. That's pretty simple. But could he do that? No, because J.D. Vance is a huge fucking pussy. Everybody knows he's an opportunist. He's a shapeshifter. He will twist and turn into whatever he needs to for the moment, for whatever, the subject at hand is politically. And it goes that way for his own religion too, because people who are actually devout in their faith, whether it be Christianity or Islam, Judaism, Catholicism, they would not have answered that question that way. They just wouldn't have. It's just the most basic question ever. No, I don't agree with that statement that the United States can do whatever it wants and it's okay to threaten the Catholic Pope. Like, that's just how can he not answer that? He's such a little bitch, dude. Such a little bitch, dude. Unreal. So don't listen to him. Don't listen to him with anything he has to say when it comes to religion. All right. More base bishops. Catholics are being labeled as anti-Semitic simply for refusing to adopt modern Christian Zionism. And I got to tell you guys, the more I've actually seen this story, the more I've followed the story. I'm not a Catholic, but the more I'm actually learning about Catholicism's stance on all of these issues, and then I look at Christian evangelicals and their stance on everything modern, I'm probably going to convert to Catholicism now that I'm learning more and more and more about what these two sects actually believe. I'm a Protestant, and I'm realizing I'm probably not actually a Protestant now that I'm looking around. I'm seeing MAGA, I'm seeing evangelicals, and then I compare that to what's going on with the Catholic Church, and I go, yeah, no, I think probably I just didn't have the education of what the Catholic Church actually believed in. And when I see everything that I'm seeing now after looking into this story, and I'm seeing everything the bishops are saying, and I'm seeing everything the Pope's saying, and I'm agreeing with everything they're saying, and I can't agree with a word out of any fucking evangelical Protestant pastor's mouth ever. So for me, this has been like the easiest decision ever. I just got to figure out how to do it. I don't know how to go about converting to Catholicism, but I think it's a great idea because again, it's very, very clear that my beliefs align with Catholicism far closer than they do with whatever the fuck the evangelical Protestant church is in America now. Because the evangelicals are cheering on bombing Christians in Lebanon and Nigeria, and Iran and everywhere else. So, yeah, it's not good. Not good. Again, I'll look more into it. You know what I mean? But American evangelicalism is basically just satanic at this point, in my opinion. What I'm watching them, the stuff they're cheering on, it's disgusting, man. Disgusting. Anyway, but I'm not the only one. I actually saw this. I didn't realize this, but according to the new report, Catholics will soon outnumber evangelicals in the United States. And I didn't realize that the Catholic Church has the highest conversion rate in America right now, which is interesting. I did not know that. And here's another one we can look at. Support for Israel among U.S. Catholics has dropped to an all-time low of 35%. That's lower than the vast majority of the rest of the country. So again, just interesting things. Now, you know what's also wild is I also didn't realize, I knew there was some resistance from Judaism against Zionism, right? We know that. There's a lot of Jewish people who are anti-Zionist. That's the thing. I didn't realize how huge of a movement there is in the Jewish community, and this is why we're supportive of all religions on my channel. We're anti-Zionist on this channel. We're not anti-Judaism. We're not anti-Islam. We're anti-Zionist. That includes Christian Zionists, Jewish Zionists, etc. I didn't realize that the Jewish population had such a massive opposition to Zionism. And here we go. Over 10,000 Jews gathered at Satmar Grand Rabbi declares total opposition to Zionism. Judaism is not Zionism. I mean, look at this. This massive stadium and turnout. I mean, have you ever? We don't ever get to see this in the media. Look at that. So, another thing, very, very interesting. Very, very interesting, right? To see such a massive amount of the Jewish faith actually be anti-Israel and anti-Zionist too, which actually kind of makes sense if you think about it. If you look at it's not that surprising. If you go to New York, I sort of saw this during the Zoran election when they actually shows the voting demographic and they showed the Jewish vote. Zoran got like 40% of the Jewish vote in New York. So it kind of does make sense that there's everybody is sort of waking up to our greatest allies bullshit. So that's actually pretty encouraging, I think. Okay, let's hit some super chats. Then we're going to jump into Melania. All right, a couple super chats. Farmers eat that cost. Corporate raises keep the profit. Probably. Ron Ostra says the uranium is hiding in Little Ben's eyebrows. Can we strike him for war crimes? You could hide it there. That's for sure. Six's mom says, I know it'll be easier this way. Explain what religions we're not going to war over. It only seems like the one I can think of. Aloha from Kauai. Yeah. Thank you, Six's mom. Appreciate you being here as always. John says, GTFI Valhalla. This administration is ADHD personified, chasing squirrels only to go chase other squirrels, then getting distracted by other squirrels. Also, this is Bra, and he's a good boy, too. He does look like a good boy. And that is the definition of this administration right now. Squirrel! as you listen to Donald Trump's Truth Social rants. H.H. Madison, thank you very much for the big donation here. Nate, you do not look big. You look like a tiny mouse. Now come get me. Let me know if I need to buy some cheese. Kiss, kiss, hug, hug, wink, wink. Yeah, I don't know. Let's see. We could probably. Oh, I got my my page right here. I probably got pictures next to people. That's usually the best way to do it. You can't really tell how you could be 5'2" or 6'8" behind a computer, behind a camera. Usually do these class photos. Oh, here we go. All right, here's a class photo. So you can see me in relation to everybody else, okay? So that's me on the far right. Here I am. Compared to other regular people. Now, I just mean regular people, just every, men in general. So there's Nate. If you needed a size comparison. All right. We got it. We figured it out. All right. There you go. Now, you can't tell. I could be 5'2" behind this camera screen or 6'10", but yeah. All right. Now, let's keep moving. That's why if you call me small, then it's not going to work as an insult. All right. I wonder if Mel is the handler. Trump to the outlived usefulness. Her son, multimillionaire now. Throw him under the bus. Happy housewarming. I don't know about that. I'll give you my opinions on what I think it is here once we get to it. Trump is a pedo and a traitor. Correct. Did you check out the Wall Street Journal? I should, because they're writing a post about me right now, by the way, because the journalist reached out and contacted me and asked for my statements on a few things, but I haven't. No. If Trump doesn't get free flow of capital through Hormuz, back up, the big boys are going to do something about it. That's why he's so stressed out. Yeah, really. They wanted to ask me about how, Jewish Insider did a big hit piece on me, calling me a anti-Semite because I said that Israel got us into this war. Which is, again, it's like these people obviously don't watch my channel, because everybody who watches my channel knows Nate is like the most accepting guy in the conservative movement. I am accepting of all religions. I'm very defensive of Islam included, Muslims included. Whose side did I take with Renee Good and Alex Preddy? I took their side against ICE. It's like, you obviously don't watch my channel if you think I'm an actual anti-Semite. I'm very critical of the nation state of Israel, as we all should be. But I just did a whole section talking about how I support Judaism. Like, what? It's just so dumb. So, I'm the last guy that you should call an anti-Semite. But again, if you say that that Israel got us into this war, which, by the way, the White House is now saying that. Benny Johnson just did a story on this, admitting it. Right? Benny Johnson is now saying that Netanyahu forced Donald Trump to do this. Benny Johnson, of all people. Hold on. Let me see if we can pull this up. And so you can't call me anti-Semitic because I'm saying the same thing the White House is saying. It doesn't make any sense. Where is this at? Let's see. I mean, he puts out so much shit. I don't know how far back it is. Oh, is it this? Where is it? Where it was? One of these. Yeah, I forget where it is. Did he pull it down? Oh, no, here it is. It's right here.
Our greatest.
Look at this.
Our greatest ally? Yeah, I don't think so. Honestly, it's about time to hear this story reported. Much has been made about Israel and their effects on President Trump and how we got into the war with Iran. But now it has been officially told from the inside by the New York Times to stenographers and stalkers of President Trump at the New York Times, directly from the White House, Bibi Netanyahu's lies to the president that were called bullshit by his own cabinet, that were called farcical by the CIA. And nonetheless, the Israeli government went to the White House and lied to Trump again and again. Trump decided to act on Iran anyway, and this story proves exactly why.
Well, I think some apologies are in order. For one, Joe Kent deserves a lot of apologies. Hey, Brandon Tatum. Hey, remember how you called Joe Ken a coward because he said Israel got us into this war? Well, guess what? The White House and Benny Johnson just admitted it. You going to apologize? Jewish Insider, you going to apologize to me? I think a lot of apologies are in order for those of us who said this from the beginning, if now the White House is admitting it. Benny Johnson. You know, God, you know they're cooked, right? When Benny is turning on you, when Benny's turning on you, yeah, you're cooked. You are cooked. But yeah, I'm sure I won't get any apologies, right? But yeah, you know, okay, it's fine. It's fine. But it's nice to be proven right. That's kind of nice, right? Anyway, let me get back to this. We got a little sidetracked. If Trump doesn't get free flow of capital through Hormuz back up, the big boys are going to do something about it. That's why he's stressed out. Yeah, probably. Thank you. Couple more, and we're jumping into the next part. These comments, man. WTF? Here's a positive one for you, brother. You're the GOAT. Thank you for speaking truth. Always a hero till Valhalla. Yeah, we get what. But here's the thing, guys. We want all the crybaby MAGA haters in there. A lot of them, they start out as haters, and then they watch the show, and then they message me privately later and go, and I'm talking about a lot of them, message me privately later and go, you know what, man? I stopped watching you like 6 months ago, but now I agree with you. It's like, yeah, I know. It's taken a little time for people to come around, but, you know, it's all going in one direction at this point. We all know that. I don't gloat over it. I'm just glad people are moving to our side. You know what I mean? That's what I say all the time. I don't ever play the game of like, I told you so, you should have known that. No, because I wasn't originally on this side either. I see Kyle Kalinske. I watch a lot of Kyle's stuff. Kyle is always bitching about conservatives. They're stealing my flow. This is what Kyle says. They're stealing my flow. They're just using all my talking points now. And it'd be nice if they would say that I was right. I was right this whole time about Trump. And my response to Kyle is, yes, you were. You were right. The Democrats, you were all right about Trump. Okay. However, what I will say is you want to encourage people to move to your side. That's how you build the coalition, right? So yes, you were right. Get your flowers, and then also think about, hey, what do we want to do from here? Right? And it's true. Now, that doesn't mean the Democrats are doing real well either on the other side. But they were right about Trump. That's the reality. They were right about Trump. No doubt about that. My mom said that the other day because my mom's been anti-Trump forever. And she said that to me the other day. She was like, so it looks like I was right the whole time. And I was like, yes, Mom. Because I used to be hardcore Republican. Yes, Mom, you were right. You were right the entire time. It is what it is. It's okay. I can admit that. All right. This reads like a pissed mob boss losing the war. Yeah. Trump wouldn't have got elected without Tucker, etc., or Joe Rogan or Candace Owens or everybody that campaigned for him. Yeah, he's not very appreciative of who put him in office, is he? He just decided to not do anything that he campaigned on and told everybody that got him elected to go F themselves. And now he's crashing out and crying that they don't support him anymore. Sounds like my boomer dad when he tries to defend Trump. Yeah. All right, last one. We're jumping back into it. Lots of MAGA sheep cucking for the dear leader. Yeah, but it's less and less and less each day. Less and less. And I know because, again, I get those private messages, even from some of my friends, that are like, you know what? I don't know, man. This is not what I voted for. And I'm like, yeah, no shit, you didn't. So they're coming around. They're coming around. A lot of them are coming around. It's good to see. And again, it's also, it's hard not to come around at this point, right? Like with the psychotic behavior that's going on, it's very, very, very hard to support this guy now. Even if you're hardcore MAGA, it's tough. And that's why you're seeing people like Alex Jones that were hardcore, Tucker Carlson, hardcore pro-Trump, that have completely abandoned it. Okay, let's jump in and talk about the last section of the show before the super chats, and that is, I did a video on it earlier. If you may have seen the video, you may have not have, and that is Melania Trump. who came out and out of nowhere, like no one was talking about this story. No one was talking about what she decided to come out and try to refute. Out of nowhere, comes out with this bizarre press conference wanting everybody to know that she didn't sleep with Jeffrey Epstein. It's just like, okay. And then called for the victims to publicly testify essentially against her husband in Congress, which, again, bizarre. I do want to, we'll watch the video, but I do want to actually use my video I put out today, if you haven't seen it yet, just because I think the start of this, I think it's some of my finer editing work. And, you know, I do all of my own editing. I have no editor. This is all Nate. So when you watch Nate's regular episodes, it is me. And sometimes I'm proud. Okay. And so let's start with my, let me pull it up here. Let's start with my intro to this story. Okay, here we go.
To be clear, I never had a relationship with Epstein or his accomplice, Maxwell.
You sure about that? You sure about that? You sure about that?
All right, we'll pause there, and then we'll go to the yeah. I put all that together. That's been one of my favorite intros I've put together recently. But now we'll go to the actual press conference. I just wanted you guys to, if you hadn't seen that yet, get a little taste of what I put together on that one. All right, let's switch over here to the actual press conference. Okay, we're not going to listen. It's not very long, so we won't probably listen to the whole thing. We'll listen to the most important parts, and that's the start, sort of middle and end here. All right, here we go.
Good afternoon. The lies linking me with the disgraceful Jeffrey Epstein need to end today. The individuals lying about me are devoid of ethical standards, humility, and respect. I do not object to their ignorance.
Hold on, let me get I don't know why that was so. We'll go back to this one. Why the volume? I've got the volume turned up to max on that video. It's the actual. We'll use mine. That's the actual video itself. I think I bumped the sound up on this. Check. Decides to come out. That's serious.
The lies linking me with the disgraceful Jeffrey Epstein need to end today. The individuals lying about me are devoid of ethical standards, humility, and respect. I do not object to their ignorance, but rather I reject their mean-spirited attempts to defame my reputation.
Her reputation? Has she ever had the most stellar reputation? I mean, we know her background, right? We know where she came from, right? Eastern Europe, and we know how she met Trump, right? We all understand how she met Trump. Anyway, we'll get back to that, but yeah, her reputation, that's just kind of an interesting one to talk about. Obviously, she didn't write this. Somebody wrote this for her, but...
I never been friends with Epstein.
Oh, well... All right, she's never been friends with Epstein. Now, I want to play this because JD DeLay, our buddy JD, had a really good take on this, on what is actually going on here. Why, in God's name, did Melania Trump randomly come out and do this press conference and bring all this back to light?
Melania Trump did an oddly suspicious press conference today.
I am not Epstein's victim. Epstein did not introduce me to Donald Trump.
Literally nobody was talking about that, even though she said she's tired of people with the allegations and the accusations. I mean, it is in the Files, it was brought up, it was said, but it was from a totally unverified source. This thing that celebrities and politicians do when they know that something bad is about to come out about them, they like to get in front of it. It's a PR move.
Yes, a lot of. Okay. I do think JD's possibly onto something there because, again, this is so bizarre. It came out of nowhere. Reporting is saying that Donald Trump had no idea that she decided to do this, like blindsided him as well. It goes completely against what the Trump administration is trying to do with making this entire thing. I mean, we went to war to try to distract people, to get them to stop talking about this. And then she just walks out in front of a White House press conference and just brings it all back up and says some stuff in here that's very, very damning. She talks about how Jeffrey Epstein didn't work alone. There's a bunch of other men. The client list is real. Like all the things like Kash Patel lied about, right? And I'll show you that here in a second. And so the question is, why did she do this? This is so bizarre. It's out of nowhere. Nobody was talking about this. And I do think it's possible that there may be some type of big threat behind the scenes of something that may be coming out soon. And if I had to guess, it may have something to do with our greatest ally not wanting a ceasefire to go through. It may be a type of situation where they've decided, hey, we're not going to allow you to have this peace deal. And friendly reminder, we have this over here. And that threat may have been brought up, and perhaps, Melania may be more involved with this than we think, and or her backstory isn't quite what we think it is. And they're trying to, again, do damage control before the story comes out. That I think is, I think there's some possibility to that, because why else? Why in God's name would she do this? Now let's get to the part where she talks about the other co-conspirators, because this is very, very interesting. Sorry, we got to use my video, but the volume on the other one's all wonky.
To be clear, I never had a relationship with Epstein or his accomplice.
This is where I put that editor in there. We don't need to watch that again. There we go.
Epstein was not alone.
Ooh!
Several prominent male executives resigned from their powerful positions after this matter became widely politicized.
Now, wait a second. Melania Trump just confirmed that there is a client list, that there is multiple other people involved with this on top of Big E. Well, now, why is that such a problem? Oh, what was that Kash Patel said?
Who, if anyone, did Epstein traffic these young women to besides himself?
Himself. There is no credible information. None. If there were, I would bring the case yesterday.
Nope. So, wait a second, Kash Patel. You testified under oath that Jeffrey Epstein never trafficked anyone to anyone, and there was no one else involved. Well, how come Melania has now come out and said that there was a bunch of other powerful men involved? Well, that goes against everything the Trump administration has tried to tell us. And again, the president's wife coming out and telling us this is just very, very bizarre. Let's listen to her talk about the victims now. The victims. Up here.
Women who have been victimized by Epstein, with a public hearing specifically centered around the survivors. Give these victims their opportunity to testify under oath in front of Congress with the power of sworn testimony.
Okay. So Melania is calling for the victims to be able to publicly testify under oath before Congress and expose their assailants. Now, personally, I don't think it is the responsibility of the victims to have to come and relive their trauma and do this when the FBI and the Justice Department already know who all the fucking pedophiles are, and they just refuse to arrest them, right? This is the Department of Justice's job to do that. But considering the Trump administration Department of Justice won't fucking do anything about this, then yeah, maybe Congress should say, hey, all you victims, if you want to come and publicly expose, your assailants and rapists in front of the entire world and put their names out there. Yeah, I think maybe that's if they're willing to do it and they want to do that, I think they probably should be able to do that. And we're probably gonna find out some crazy stuff. Now, I doubt, if I had to guess, other than Thomas Massey and Ro Khanna would probably try to push this through. I doubt the rest of Congress is going to let this happen. They're gonna do everything they can to cover this up. I mean, Todd Blanche, I think I have the picture of it in this video, literally said, look at this. This dude literally said, and I quote, the new acting attorney general, Trump's personal criminal defense attorney, Todd Blanche, said, it is not a crime to party with Epstein. That is the acting attorney general. The acting attorney general has said that he will not indict anyone. He will not arrest anyone. He refuses to release another document, and that it is not a crime to party with Big E. That's the current acting attorney general. And so this is kind of the problem was with, we were all excited that Pam Bondi got removed, but in the reality is, we removed Pam Bondi because she was incompetent and she botched covering up the files. And now, unfortunately, we have somebody who actually knows what they're doing, and Todd Blanche, because he's a very, very good lawyer, doesn't mean he's a good person. He's a horrible person, right? But he's a very, very good lawyer, and he understands the system, and he is going to make sure that this gets buried, right? We don't got some dipshit like Pam Bondi in charge who's going to fumble this thing, and all of a sudden we get half the files. No. We've got a very, very talented lawyer with zero morals in him. So yeah, it's the worst possible situation for us to be in, right? With the Epstein files. As yeah, he's already starting to bury everything. He's literally said he refuses to release any more of the files, and he refuses to indict or arrest anyone. So the attorney general, everybody. Right. So unfortunately, we're probably not going to ever see the other half of the files. Maybe, I don't know, maybe if Democrats take over. The problem is when Democrats take over and we want the files released, they're going to have excuses for why they can't release the files too, because there's tons of powerful, prominent people from both sides of the aisle in those files, right? So chances are, unless we just get some super based president who, somehow gets across the line, like Thomas Massey runs and ends up winning, and he gets to just be like, all right, release every file unredacted. That's about the only shot we got at this. I think other than that, we're probably not getting any more. Unless, our greatest ally gets pissed off about something and leaks a little bit of this stuff, then I think there's a possibility there. But yeah, unfortunately, again, we've got a lot of cover being run for the Trump administration and Donald Trump specifically now with Todd Blanche in charge. So it's unfortunate. Okay. I think we made it through the show. Just under 2 hours with the regular scheduled show. Oh, I forgot to show you guys. Oh no, I showed you all the pictures of Melania with Big E and with Maxwell as well. Obviously, very close friends. Very close friends. We all know that. But yeah, going to be interesting to see what comes of that, because that was very, very, very bizarre today. Can't Nate Diaz for POTUS? That would actually be pretty based. Why not? I'd vote for Nate. He's funny, at least. All right, we did it. We made it through the regular scheduled show. Thank you all so much for tuning in. For those of you who are just here for the regular show, that's going to do. Oh, before we do that, before everybody takes off, there is something I wanted to show you guys, and this is very, very cool before you guys bounce out of here. And we would appreciate, not me, but this is one of the homies, and I want to show you guys this. If I can get this always done. Let me close these tabs out before. Like every time I go back to do polls or something like that, my browser on this is always wonky. Try this. Oops. Still here, right? Okay, good. I need to get this link in the pinned comment here for what we're going to talk about real quick before we hit the supers. One last thing. Okay, so let me get this in the chat. And okay, so a book has been written from one of my friends, Andy Stump. Andy Stump, okay? The book is called Drown Proof by Andy Stump. 8 life lessons to keep your head above water. A lot of you guys already know Andy Stump. I love Andy. He is one of the smartest fucking dudes ever. DevGru operator in the SEAL teams forever. Definite war hero, shot to shit. Amazing book. Incredible. Like, if you actually, for those of you, if you don't watch Andy, a lot of you guys probably do watch Andy stuff. Whenever I watch Andy, I just feel a little bit dumber. I mean, not that he makes me dumb with what he's saying, but he is so smart that when you listen to him, you're like, holy shit, this guy's operating on another level, right? And he finally wrote his first book, and it's a very, very good book, all right? So if you guys could, if you're interested, it's in the pinned comment. Go show him some support. Let's, make this thing a bestseller. It's not very expensive. What's he selling it for? $30 for hardcover. And it's a great book. And honestly, you get a lot of knowledge transfer from a guy like Andy. So if you're willing to, go support Andy, buy his book. And I appreciate it, guys. That'd be awesome. Andy's the man. Okay. Right. No, he was. Andy's amazing. Let's support him. Links in the pinned comment there. Go grab his book and let's make him a bestseller, all right? And also it's a great book. So all right, let's okay, that's funny. That's a good joke. That's a good joke. Okay. All right. Anyway, let's just wanted to pitch. It's not paid, nothing, right? Andy didn't pay me to pitch his book. He's just a friend of mine, okay? So and I want to support him. We love to support our buddies on the channel, right? And their ventures. Okay, let's hit the super chats, guys. And let's do this thing, all right? I'm sure we're gonna have a lot of good ones given what we've covered. All right. Lots of mega sheep cucking for their dear leader. I think we got this one. Bobby says that huge crash means he is losing his mind. Cheeto Jesus is done. Yeah. I think this war ended Trump. The midterms are going to be a blowout, and MAGA is going to be, dead on arrival. You're going to see all the rats jump ship once he's a lame duck president with a Democrat-controlled Congress. They're going to impeach him 17 different times, and that should be that. So, yep. I think this was the final nail in the coffin for him, was botching the Iran war. To your point, Bobby. Daniel says, I don't think it's dementia. Interesting. In my opinion, Trump knows he's full of shit and he just doesn't care, thinks it's funny or something. Definitely a sociopath, though. Yeah, but I mean, he's always been like, this disgusting piece of shit. But now it's different. Like, he's different Trump. He's lost his fastball, right? He's not even funny anymore. Like, he used to at least be funny and clever sometimes, right? But now he doesn't. There's nothing redeeming about him. He's not funny. He's not clever. He just rambles. He's no idea what he's talking about the entire time he's speaking on anything. It's the same Trump, but it's a different Trump. It's a very slowed down Trump for sure. Okay, we got that. Warren's Bracket says Trump's dementia is bigly worse than Biden's right now. MAGA is just denial. Yeah, I think again, maybe we could just stop electing 80-year-olds. Sorry if we have any 80-year-olds in the chat, but the reality is 80-year-olds don't run anything. There's no 80-year-old fortune. Well, besides like Warren Buffett, but he honestly isn't actually running the company. There's no 80-year-old CEOs, right? There's no 80-year-old neurosurgeons. It's just not something we do anywhere else. So why are we doing it in politics, right? I'm a big proponent of we have age. We have the low side of an age requirement at 35 for president. Why would we not have a top side age, cutoff? It seems like we should. Now, that doesn't mean there aren't 80-year-olds out there who aren't like very cognitively capable. There are for sure. But It's not very many of them. Not the ones in Congress, at least. So might be time to term limits and age limits might be a good idea for the United States. Gonna coin this term diarrhea president. Verbal diarrhea, diarrhea policy, diarrhea shots fired at his critics, diarrhea from dementia. And shitting his own pants, it turns out. Love your content. Thank you, Tara. Thank you. Appreciate you being here. I want to see Hunter and Dawn's. Oh, we didn't talk about that. Oh my God. I wanted to talk about that. Guy, this has got to be on my story still, right? From yesterday. If you haven't seen this, holy shit. I love this. I am so stoked for this. It's got to be. Oh, I don't have it. Or I don't have it. Somebody's got, I'm sure OAF Nation for sure has this posted, right? He always says the best stuff. If you haven't seen, Hunter Biden called out Eric Trump and Don Jr. to a cage match, to a cage fight, and he's serious about it. There's got to be. Where is the video? Oh no, he doesn't have it. God damn it! Hold on, let me try to find this real quick. Hunter Biden cage match. Oh, that's going to be the first thing. Okay, here we go. Here we go. All right, I found it. All right, this is kind of a shitty one, but good enough for us to show people who haven't heard about this yet. All right.
I got a call from Andrew Callum. He asked me to come out on the Channel 5 Carnival tour at the end of the month. I think he's trying to organize a cage match, me versus Eric and Don Jr. I told him I'd do it, 100% in, if he can pull it off. And if you can't, I'm still coming.
So this is where we're at in America. We have Hunter Crackhead Biden calling out Don Jr. and Eric Trump to a cage match. God, I love it. I mean, I wish. I guarantee you Hunter would was willing to do this too. But there's no way either of Trump's kids are willing to do this, dude. And if I had to put my money, Hunter Biden versus one of the Trump kids, I'm going all in on Hunter Biden, dude. All in on the crackhead, bro. 10 out of 10 times my money's going behind Hunter. Yeah, dude. All right, yeah, poll's perfect, all right? Poll's perfect. Let's I was like, I think JD sent me that when I first saw it, and I was like, dude, I would be willing to go train Hunter Biden for that. The problem is that like he could just get actual UFC fighters that are way better than me to train him, but I would still do it just because I think it's the funniest thing ever. All right, let's get where's our other poll? All right, let's end this poll. Let's do a poll here. What you guys think? Who you got? You got, and both the Trump kids are exactly the same, so we'll just say whatever Trump kid. All right, Hunter, who you got in the cage match? All right, let me see what you guys got. You got Hunter, or do you got one of the two dipshit Trump kids? Let me know what you guys think. I put my money on Hunter personally. All right, let's keep it going. Donnie T has big time. I have a girlfriend, but she goes to a different school energy. He does. That's perfect. That's perfect. All right, Joe says this would be funny if people's lives were not in danger. Right. Yeah, exactly. Collapsing our economy, which is speeding up, and MAGA loyalists are doing everything to stop the release of the Epstein files. Great point. Yeah, great point, Joe. We try to lace in comedy just to take the edge off of how fucked up the world is and our country is. But you're right. It's actually not funny with a lot of this stuff, right? Especially the war. Diarrhea Don. We can all agree on term limits, but there will also be an age limits. Here we go. Thank you. Geriatric enrichment is the crime of this and past entry. Thanks, boomers. Yeah, so there you go. Thank you. We just got done talking about that. Bro, Megyn Kelly cursing does something to me. Yeah, Megyn Kelly dropping F-bombs was unexpected. The kick. My grandfather never killed 150 children during his dementia. Good point. And that's why, to Joe's point here, it's actually not funny. It's funny, but it's also not funny at the same time. Love your show. I just saw a documentary called The Giant Killer about a 4'9" Green Beret, Richard Flaherty. Yes. Yep. I would like to know your opinion of him. Pretty touching documentary. I'm a huge fan. I don't know him personally, but I know about his story. And yeah, there's actually, there's been some very, very short Green Berets. I actually went through the Q course with a kid that was 5 foot tall. 5 foot tall. Funniest thing, because we carry these gigantic rucksacks in the Q course with upwards of like 120 pounds, and they're huge, right? And we would be doing ruck marches or patrolling. All you would see, you couldn't see his head or his neck because the rucksack went up above his head, and all you could see was 2 little feet. That would be, it was just a giant rucksack with 2 little feet in front of you the whole time. But he made it through and he became a Green Beret. So you can do it. But that was funny to watch whenever you were behind him. Okay. Eric, Dad, I'm here. Dad. Hey, Dad. Yo, Eric just standing there awkwardly in the background. Anybody remember the Simpsons Treehouse of Horror episode where aliens take over Clinton and Dole, and when exposed, someone in the crowd says, "I'll vote for a third party," only to be told, "Go ahead, throw your vote away." Yeah. The thing is that I don't agree with that, guys. I'm not somebody that agrees that like I'm required to vote for the lesser of two evils. That's not how I approach my vote. My vote is mine, and you have to earn it. That's the way I look at it. I'm not just going to throw my vote away and just give you, and that's why I didn't vote in the last 3 presidential elections. You have to earn my vote for me to give it to you. I will not just vote for the who's least bad. I refuse to do that. I'm not telling you guys to do that, but that's just the way I look at voting as an American through politicians. It's your job to earn my vote. It's not my job to just give you a vote because you're not as bad as the other side, personally. So, or I'll just vote third party. But there haven't been very good third party candidates recently either, unfortunately. Maybe we'll get some good ones in this upcoming election. We'll have to wait and see. All right, the dude known as Brigitte, more beautiful than Candace, definitely has dementia. How do you spell this? Yeah, if you okay, hold on. I don't know. I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to get sued. But yeah, I would say if you think Brigitte Macron is more attractive than Candace Owens, well, we know what you're probably into, and it's probably not girls. Just saying. That's why I'll leave it at that. Not scary enough. Lots are still oblivious. Yeah, true. And saying how he's still got people defending him, I know. And they will to their graves, man. Doesn't matter what he does. Donald Trump said that before, right? What did he say? I could shoot somebody on Fifth Avenue in front of everybody, and my supporters would still support me. And what else did he say? He said, if I ever ran for president, I'd run as a Republicans because they're too stupid to know better to vote for me. So, I mean, he said it. He said it out loud in the past. He said these exact same things. So it's not like he didn't hide it. Or it's not like he hid it. You know what I mean? Mike says, thank you for your service and peace be with you. Well, thank you, Mike. I appreciate it, brother. That's very, very generous. And oh my God, look at that baby. Golden lab puppy, I think. Oh, dude. I'll tell you, we had golden retrievers. My parents have a golden retriever. We've had golden retrievers growing up. Man, and the thing, golden retriever puppies or golden lab puppies, dude. Oh my God. Talk about getting me to make some bad decisions and make some purchases that my wife would be furious at me for. I have to stay away from the puppies, dude. Yeah, I'll come home with too many and get in trouble. Tara says Iran supposedly has an underground missile system with a railway system. We shot down decoys with the Chinese heat source to make them real. Yeah, and they also had a bunch of just decoy planes in their Air Force that we were dropping 500-pound bombs on. Turns out they were just paintings on the ground. So there's that too. All right, I want to see what the poll says. What's the poll say? 88% got Hunter. Woo! Yeah, I think you guys are right. You could go with the Nepo baby kid, or you could go with the crackhead. And I think the crackhead beats the Nepo baby every time, in my opinion. Frank says, thanks again for serving up another dose of sanity. Well, thank you for being here with us, Frank. Appreciate you, brother. Bobby says, someone is sitting there. Okay, hold on, let me restart. Anytime I see cranking, and see, the second I see cranking, I know it's coming. And like cranking your hog is like one of my favorite. From the Sticky Green Beret, it's got I got a shirt that actually has a picture of a hog in the back. It says like something about cranking hog on it. So anyway, that makes me laugh every time I see it. Someone's sitting there cranking their hog, just hoping some unstable narcissist asshole will drop some sunshine. Yeah, buddy. Palantir and Boston Dynamics robot invasion. Did you guys see Donald Trump's truth post? Oh my God, dude. I think this was today. Let's see. I think this was literally today, right? Yes, this was today. So if you haven't seen this, prepared to just, nothing's going to shock you anymore, but he literally posted this on Truth Social fucking today. Right here. Okay. Donald Trump says, Palantir Technologies even puts their stock ticker in, so everybody knows this is actually a pitch to go invest in their fucking stock from the U.S. president. Seems like there's some conflict of interest there, but hey, when have they given a fuck about corruption, huh? Has proven to have great war fighting capabilities and equipment. Yes, they used it in Gaza, by the way. Just ask our enemies, President Donald J. Trump. There you go. The president of the United States pitching the surveillance state tech company. So that's nice, huh? That's great. Yeah. Yes, sir, Ryan. We are cooked. That motherfucker is literally pitching Palantir stock publicly. Okay, keep it moving. He feels that way because he is the regime here. Yeah. A pile of dog shit is an upgrade. Yep. Sure Shot says, make every old enemy of ours great again. That's what we're doing. Jake says, my only solace in all of this is if you believe in the Bible, then we won't have a nuclear holocaust because we have the Antichrist. And then Christ comes to save us, to give us peace. Nuclear animation. I mean, Armageddon doesn't fit that. Yeah, unfortunately, this is what the Zionists believe. And that's why they're cheering this shit on. So, ugh. Hard choices since Kamala is also taking. Yeah, that's true. That's true. That's fair. But at least, I mean, she can barely coherently talk, but she can at least somewhat coherently talk. So it is a tough toss up, but at least she doesn't have dementia yet. At this rate, I'd rather be dealing with Kamala's terrible open border policy than what's going on now. At least it'd be something that could be somewhat fixed in due time. This is a fair point. You can always just close the border. You can't reopen the Strait of Hormuz. Krishan says, hello from Lewis Clark Valley. Just started watching you last month, enjoying your lives. Well, thank you, Krishan. Glad to have you here. Welcome, welcome. So B's and G's bathroom is better. We protect the home first. We will worry about the rest later. This needed immediate attention. Respect. B's and G's bathrooms better. What do you mean? Boys and girls bathrooms? Yeah, I don't agree with that either. That's the best you had? That's the biggest issue in America? Okay. Comparatively to the war with Iran? All right, buddy. Yeah, I agree with you. That's anyway. DT is a dark triad personality, which is far worse than psychopathy and dementia. Of course, really bad combo. Yep. BB knows if the United States leaves, a few countries are waiting to reinstate some raw reality in the region. Just saying. A lot of people who aren't going to be happy. Well, there are a lot of people who aren't happy that, yeah. And again, it's like, I tell you guys the same thing. It's like we did the bar fight analogy, right? When your drunk friend picks a fight at the bar and expects you to jump in. That's kind of the relationship. It's also like the little brother, the little punk ass brother who's always like trying to pick fights because big brother is right there. Same version of that. Yeah, we need to, we got to get this one in check because again, it's a huge, huge problem ending this war. Trump just talks, 25th is full, or we ain't a country. It's not going to happen. None of them have any balls, right? There's nobody, even the Democrats. The Democrats in Congress aren't doing shit. There's no attempts at articles of impeachment, trying to get some of the crossover anti-MAGA folks, Thomas Massey, Marjorie Taylor Greene. Well, Marjorie's gone now, right? Or no, she's not gone yet, is she? Marjorie doesn't leave until November, right? But some of your America First, the few that there are, try to get them to cross the aisle and draft up some impeachment, but nothing's happening. She's gone already? Oh, okay. I was thinking it was November, but maybe it was January. I thought she was finishing her term out till November, but anyway. So I guess there's not that many. Thomas Massey. That's about all that's left. Ugh. Rand Paul, I guess, would be another one that would probably be on board. Might be enough, might not be enough. But anyway, like, do something. Fucking try something. I don't know. That's just Congress is worthless. Right, the guy says, did anyone ever see a picture of all those big, beautiful ships of oil they gave Trump? I never did. Yeah, it turns out that was a lie. Iran didn't gift us 10 oil tankers in the middle of a war. Oh! Who'd have expected that was a made-up story? Whoa, crazy. Your enemy that closed the Strait of Hormuz didn't give you 10 oil tankers? Wow. Trump said they did. All right. The goys just won't understand. Yeah, we're dumb. We're dumb. We're cattle. Anyone who thinks voting for nearly anything Republican for nearly anything right now needs to be re-educating. I mean, they're worthless. The problem is the Democrats haven't put any. I haven't seen the Democrats put forth a platform that's any better. In fact, not most, but there's a huge portion of blue MAGA Democrats that support Fetterman, Chuck Schumer, Cory Booker, Hakeem Jeffries. Go down the line. They all support the war. They all support what Trump's doing. So that's the problem. There is the Dem leadership isn't any better at the moment. They got to figure their shit out too, or we're not getting anything better in the switch. So, but here's the thing: Democrats don't have to have a platform. They don't have to say anything. Democrats can run on nothing in 2026. Literally nothing. They could just walk out and be like, I'm not a Republican. And that's it. That's my platform. And they would probably win because Republicans have destroyed their own party, right? So they actually don't need a platform. And the smartest thing that Democrats can do, and they are doing it, is just sit back and shut their mouths, right? What's that adage? When your enemy is destroying itself, don't try to save it, right? Just let them destroy themselves. That's what they're doing right now. It's pretty smart, actually. Just let Trump destroy the party themselves or himself. Anna says if Trump can't get free flow of capital through the Hormuz reestablished, everything else becomes irrelevant. The banks need return on their basic investments and everything goes down, and he can't do it. No, he can't. And again, this is just like a month and a half in. Wait until the strait's been closed for a year. See what the global economy looks like. It's gonna get scary. Also, what becomes scary is if Donald Trump realizes he can't get out, he's going to think that he has to push through, which means massive ground invasion, actual attempt at regime change, dropping nuclear weapons. Those all become things that become on the table. And it becomes very, very scary because he realizes he can't back out. Best thing he can do is push through. And that's not going to work either. That's going to be a catastrophe. So I don't know. I don't think anybody knows what the hell to do right now. I thought that peace agreement, that 10-point peace plan, giving Iran everything they wanted, I thought that was the best possible outcome we were probably going to get. And of course, our buddies are not going to allow us to do that, right? Because they don't get anything they want. So kind of stuck in a shitty position right now, aren't we? So we got our dicks caught in a bear trap. Thanks, buddy. Thanks, Trump. Is Trump setting up Vance to take the fall for Iran? I've seen this. By sending him to Pakistan and negotiate a deal, which is pretty much no chance of stopping hostilities with demands Iran is making. Yes, JD Vance and Pete Hegseth will take the fall for all of this. Donald Trump is going to blame all of this on them. 100%. That's what he does. He's not loyal to anyone around him. They will eat the blame for this. That's a definite. Maximus says, can we all agree everything Iran does in self-defense without escalating anything? Pretty much this whole war, yeah, they have been. Iran has only matched attacks. They have a nuclear option without nuclear power and those desalination plants. Yes, Maximus, great point. But also this is part of Iran's strategy, right? So Iran could be bombing the shit out of Gulf states like freely. They could be attacking American military and things like that. They are purposefully not doing that because they're leveraging an asymmetric sort of psyop propaganda war against the United States, and they have huge support from the American people. And so what Iran doesn't want to do is drum up patriotism amongst the American people to facilitate and come, actually launch a massive ground invasion or something like that, right? They don't want some 9/11 style attack to, bring everybody in America together behind the cause, right? So that's why they're leveraging this through asymmetric warfare, and they're winning the PR battle, right? With the Lego movies and the rap music and all those things. So, I mean, they're being smart about it. It's an amazing demonstration of watching two different styles of warfare being fought at the same time. You have the United States trying to fight a conventional World War II style war through bombing campaigns. And then you have Iran, which is not fighting conventionally at all, is in completely leveraging asymmetric warfare. So asymmetric warfare is when you are a much weaker, you're the much weaker person or nation state in the war, and you leverage different things that allow you to fight a much stronger enemy. And for Iran, it's PR, public campaign, support from the world, and shutting down the Strait of Hormuz. So all those things together, they don't actually really have to fight a conventional war. They can just shut down the strait, destroy the global economy. Everybody's blaming it all on the United States, and they win that way. So very, very interesting, right? It's war is not just as simple as like who's got the bigger tanks wins, right? In the modern world, when you have things like unconventional warfare, guerrilla warfare, asymmetric warfare, all these different things that allow a weaker enemy to topple and beat a stronger enemy. So it's a real thing. Third Mod Doc, the big $100 donation. Thank you very much, man. Super, super generous of you. Says, Keg's Breath is relying on a good idea fairy, but hey, it's his chicken to fuck. Oh, like I said last time, go Navy. Yeah, well, like I said, it's on him, man. He's the Secretary of War. And at the end of this thing, he's the guy in charge, right? He's the one that's facilitating this war, and he's got no idea what he's fucking doing. And he will be the one that eats the blame on the back end. Now, how long he stays Secretary of War, oof. I think his job, I thought for sure Kash Patel would be the next fired. I think Pete Hegseth is highly on the chopping block. I think he is the next most likely to get axed because Donald Trump needs someone to blame. And blaming the Secretary of Defense or Secretary of War for losing the war is a pretty easy finger to point. So the worse this gets, the higher and higher likelihood that Pete gets canned, for sure. For sure. And it sounds like he's very, very nervous about it right now. So Whitney Webb was right the whole time. I highly encourage all Americans to read her audiobook, One Nation Under Blackmail. Try reading, listening if you were born here. Yeah, I like some of her stuff. Some of the times I listen to her and I'm like, is she as smart as we think she is? But she's done some pretty good work on stuff like this. Some stuff like this. When she went after Joe Kent and said she said Joe Kent was some CIA, CIA psyop to bring down or whatever she said. It was like, okay. Not quite as credible as we thought, but she's got some decent work on some things. All right. Do you believe the Gerald R. Ford carrier out of commission just because of the laundry fire? This is a hard one because I have talked to some people that were on the carrier that did say this is what it was. But then there's conflicting reporting saying that Iran actually struck it and they had to limp away. So I don't know, man. I don't know. This is so much misinformation being forced down our throats from our own government on this type of stuff that it's very hard to know. I don't know enough about the Navy, right? And ships. That's not my realm of expertise. So I'm not going to pretend, that I know. Yeah. Or two things could be, I like this. Two things could be true at the same time, right? So could have had, maybe the real reason is maybe we took some ballistic missiles and then we blamed it on a laundry fire. I'm not sire. But again, like I said, I'm not a Navy guy. So the Navy Navy boys in the chat are a better resource for understanding that than I am. Never been on I've been on ships, but I wasn't in the Navy, so didn't spend time on aircraft carriers or anything like that. Remy says Melania Epstein's speech felt forced, like it might be connected to something deeper, possibly even the kind of blackmail that could be influencing Trump. Yeah, I agree with you. It's very, very bizarre, right? Wasn't it? And out of nowhere, made no sense for her to do it when she did it. It would have made way more sense for her to come out and do that like while the files were being released and people were talking about her being involved. For her to do it randomly when like this is like the most died down talk has been about the files. Nobody's talking about it anymore, which is unfortunate, but that's the way the news cycle works, right? The big distraction that we're all focused on. But again, to your point, very, very bizarre stuff. I don't know. Yeah. So many crimes, many war crimes. We need to join the ICC. I'm shocked the ICC hasn't gone after Donald Trump yet and listed him as a wanted war criminal. I'm actually pretty surprised. And Netanyahu obviously is. But I'm surprised they haven't listed Trump as one yet. Because I mean, we've objectively committed a lot of war crimes in this war. We didn't know that when we're bombing bridges and little girl schools. Yeah, we've been committing a lot of war crimes. A lot of war crimes in this war. Purposely, it sounds like. So there's that. And Donald Trump brags about it on True Social. So, you know, when he says tomorrow is power plant and bridge day. Okay, tomorrow is war crimes day. Yay, great, got it. And then he goes out and he blows up bridges. And you go, okay, that's a war crime. So what do you do, though? What do we do? I don't know. No, ain't nobody in Washington wants to do anything about it. We will not constrain our greatest ally. This only leaves one option: China. Did you see what China said though? China told Israel that if they drop a nuclear bomb on anyone, that China will return the favor and glass parking lot the entire country. So at least we got that. I guess. Scary, though, because that's like World War III and nuclear Armageddon, right? None of us should want that. I'm late to the show, but you've heard about the GPS spoofing from Colonel Douglas McGregor. I have not. GPS spoofing? I know what GPS spoofing is, but I don't know what the story that you might be alluding to is here, unfortunately. But thank you very much, Donna. Dirty Martini, how World War start, assassination of Archduke, Nazis invade Poland, diabetic U.S. president with dementia. I wasn't sure where you were going with that at first. I was like, this is basic history, and then you drop the current. What's it, history books will say. Yeah. Man. Do you imagine like 30 years from now what the actual history books are going to say about this time and about this president? Oof. Whoa, it's not going to be good. All right, Lebanon is also the only country in the world where being a Christian is a requirement to be president. Oh, yeah. Also, I don't know if I can tell you this story. We, as Green Berets, we work with Lebanon, by the way. I'm not going to tell you guys this story yet, but it's from one of my buddies who's a Green Beret who worked in Lebanon quite a bit. And stories about what our greatest ally was doing to Lebanon and like while the ODAs were there. But I got to make sure that he's okay with me telling the story first. It's disgusting, and you're not going to be shocked the type of shit they were doing, but I don't know, it might be a small world, and I might expose him to command or something like that, right? So let's stand by on that story. Lebanon is also the only country in the world where got that one already. Brian says, Brian Tactical Taco, hell yeah. And I love your kitty there, dude. Kamala would have been bad too. I agree she would have been bad too. I don't disagree with that. I do not like Kamala. In an interview with Mid-Elections, she said that if she got elected, her first priority would be make sure Iran didn't get nukes. Also, she took $9.4 million from AIPAC. Yeah, correct. Keep in mind, though, $9.4 million is not the same as this. I'll show you. Now, I do agree with what you're saying, right? But let me remind you of who the president is, right? 9 million is a little bit different than 230 million, right? Little bit different payback that you're required to do for that. We're talking about 23 times more? Yeah. So again, I agree with you, but when we actually look at things side by side, we go, oh, okay. Maybe those two things aren't quite the same, right? Right. Again, I don't think she would have been good either. But man, it's tough to be worse than what we got, honestly. And that's what the poll showed as well. Everyday American show. There's a problem with the prevalent evangelical theology around our greatest ally. Yeah. Schofield Bible has a lot to do with that propaganda that was devised in the early 1900s. So, J-Mac says, I'm an ER nurse and I've seen a lot of violence close up. I bet you have, as I know you have too, Nate. I don't think people would be so cavalier about war if they knew. Yeah, 100% right. You as an ER nurses, for sure, you guys get to see all the craziest shit that we also do. Gunshots, knife wounds, things like that, people blown up, amputees. Yeah. And you're 100% right. You're 100% right. And that's why you have people like Ben Shapiro and Benny Johnson and Officer Tatum that are out there, the biggest cheerleaders for these wars, is because they have no idea what it entails. And they have no idea what it does to the young men and women who go and fight them. So that's why I call them theater kid dorks. Not that necessarily there's anything wrong with being a theater kid, right? I'm just saying, like, they're playing pretend, right? They're LARPing as something that they're not. So that's what I mean by theater kid, right? They're playing a role. I'm not saying like kids that like theater, like my daughter is big into theater. I'm just saying when I call them theater kid dorks, let me explain so I don't offend the theater kids out there. I mean, they're playing a fake role of somebody that they're not. Ben Shapiro is acting like this tough guy that he's just not, right? It's a big show. All right. Have you checked the new Lego video from Iran AI? I don't know which one. I usually see them every day. I don't know if I've seen the most recent one yet, though. I forget the last one I saw. The last one I saw was, I think it was in response to the psychotic obliteration message. Did you see that Guam will likely be getting impacted by Category 5 super typhoon in less than 72 hours? How will our military there prepare? Yeah, I mean, well, this is kind of common. When I was in Okinawa, we had massive typhoons and hurricanes come through pretty regularly. The buildings are built out of cement, first of all, and like the windows are massively thick and things like that. So structures and everything are actually built differently in areas that get big typhoons and stuff like that. So it's usually not as big of a deal as you'd think because of that. Now, if you were to have that type of typhoon roll through, a normal American suburban neighborhood, well, everything's made out of thin wood, not good. But yeah, like my building that I lived in Okinawa the whole thing was straight, 16 inches of concrete. So the wind's not moving that. The wind's not moving that thing, right? Yeah, typhoon parties are another thing too in the barracks. So yeah, it's usually not that big of a deal, right? Now flooding's bad, but yeah, just the wind. Yeah, usually most stuff is built to withstand that. Upside Down World looking a lot at like an early Weimar Germany. Yeah. Yep, it is. Have you ever been to Summer Camp Music Fest in Illinois? I have not. I've been to Electric Forest in Michigan, though. That's a really, really cool festival. But no, haven't been to that one. Chuckerman, I think. Let's not forget while all this is going on about this administration selling off our public lands. Great show, Nate. Keep preaching. Yep. Oh, guys, I got to tell you about this. I like to, as an independent, right? A lot of people will ask me, like, Nate, why, you left the Republican Party. Why aren't you a Democrat? And I'll tell you, because I live in Oregon and I watch some of the most insane shit you'll ever see in your life get put forward we have a Democrat supermajority here in the state, right? Democrats can do whatever they want in Oregon. And we get stuff like the new bill that is going forward in Oregon right now, which is going to reclassify hunting deer as animal abuse. And so they are going to try to outlaw all hunting and fishing in Oregon, and because it's animal abuse. And Oregon is a huge hunting state, by the way. Not only that, but ranching as well. So all like the cattle ranches that we have right here where I live, big ranching community, ranching will also be animal abuse. So you can't raise cattle here, you can't shoot deer here, you can't hunt here, you can't fish here. That's Oregon, baby. That's the Democrat Party at its craziest, right? Oregon is a great example of the Democrat Party at its craziest. I could give you guys tons of examples. So stuff like that is why I go, nope, well, can't be on that side either because you guys are fucking crazy too. So, yeah. Not good. I don't think it's going to pass. Also, we try to do the craziest like anti-Second Amendment legislation here all the time, Measure 114 and different things. Anybody that's from Oregon in the chat will know what I'm talking about. So, yeah, we're real crazy out here too. All right. Look up Trump doing new pardons. I did see somebody told me about the story. I haven't had a chance to actually look at it though, but that is on my radar because few people have told me to look at this. Hey friend, listen, I know the world scrolls right. Yeah, I love this one. I love this quote. Hey friend, listen, I know the world is scary right now, but it's going to get way, way worse. This is one of my favorite quotes. And I think we're living in this type of situation. Marco said, Jesus Christ founded the Catholic Church through Peter, the first pope. Don't think we stand a chance against that. Catholics are against Masons and Zionists. I learned that recently. I did not know that until I started looking into the Pope story. Brian, thank you very much for the donation. No comment, but thank you, brother. Appreciate you being here. JK says, splashdown, go crew, go Artemis. Welcome home to our space family. We need some good news in a dark time. Yeah, glad they made it home for sure. JFK is the only Catholic president we ever had for a reason. Well, Joe Biden was, but a lot of people didn't think he was much of a Catholic. So take it for what you will. I don't know enough about Catholicism to say who is and who isn't. But yes, JFK, the last base president also. So kind of makes sense, huh? Kind of makes sense. Do not convert to Catholicism, Nate. Not all Protestants are Zios. No, I know. I am one who's not a Zio. I'm just saying, on the massive stage, the things I'm looking around at, I go to a EC church, and we have been trying to educate people against Zionism. Catholicism is not the answer. Well, I mean, you know what? We'll see. I'm going to make that decision for myself. I haven't done enough research on my own yet. I do not know a lot about Catholicism. I know the basics, so I have to do a lot more research into that. But again, American evangelicalism is pushing me away. Well, I'm not an evangelical, but as a Protestant, not a big fan. All right, John says, check out Gnostic Christianity before going to that path date. It's the original path Jesus wanted to go before Constantine. Use Christianity for political purposes. Read the Nag Hammadi. Okay, interesting. Talk to a local priest about RCIA, now called OCIA program to convert. Interesting. All right, thank you for the advice. Okay, so I'm gonna write that down because you guys know what you're talking about. Again, I'm got to do this is what I always tell people: do your own research, right, before you make any decisions like that. But I am very interested, just based off of what I'm seeing Catholics saying about things recently. JD earned a nickname, JD Bad Faith Vance. Interesting. Bobby says, when you've threatened 60% of the world's religion between Christians and Islamists, bold strategy, Cotton. Yeah, right. Let's see how it works out for him. Why are we allowing this? The lioness need to go. Yeah, I don't know. We're threatening everybody right now, dude. We're threatening NATO. We're threatening Greenland. We're threatening Cuba. We're threatening Colombia. We're fighting Iran. We're threatening South Korea right now, by the way. So we're threatening the Catholic Pope. We're threatening the Vatican. We're threatening Canada. It just, yeah. It would be so funny to see Pope Leo excommunicates Vance. Ooh. All our elected heretics are doing is driving people to Catholicism. I'm thinking about returning to Catholicism myself since I grew up Catholic. Interesting. Caroline says, so excited to hear you say you're considering Catholicism. I was confirmed by okay, this is obviously the way to do it since a lot of you guys are explaining it. Confirmed with my OCIA class during the Easter Vigil. Being Catholic is so base. Can't wait to say welcome home to your next year's Easter Vigil. Cool. Thank you. You wouldn't make a good Catholic because they hide their sun touchers when they get caught. Oh, that's a great point. Maximus. We forget about that one. I forget about that. Although I'll be honest, what just happened to Trump's personal minister? He was arrested for pedophilia. Yeah. So you guys saw that, right? He only got 6 months in prison, by the way, for I believe sexually assaulting a 8-year-old, maybe. Trump's personal pastor, excuse me. Yeah. You guys saw that story, right? So I don't think from what I've seen, it doesn't, well, and also it doesn't seem, it seems like all religions have a pretty big problem with that, don't they? Islam's got a big problem with that. Trust me, I've been in the Middle East. Judaism has a big problem with that as well. Catholicism has a problem with that. Evangelicalism has a problem with that. Maybe human beings are just fucking gross. Maybe the kid diddling stuff doesn't have anything to do with religion and just how fucking disgusting people are. You know what I mean? That's probably closer to the truth, as it's not religions based. It's just people are just fucked up in the head. Wood chippers for them all. Become Catholic. Would love to have you, brother. Thank you. Person can't go Catholic just because, yeah, we just talked about that. But again, that's a problem. That's a problem in every single faith. Every single faith. Why don't you do a little research about what the rabbis do? Right? So, and again, Islam, big problem. Child and cousin marriage is a big problem. You know that there's places in America where child marriage is still legal? Even in America currently, under evangelicalism, by the way. So I think every religion has that same problem. I don't think that's specific to any of them. It's just disgusting. It's disgusting all the way across the board, though. Kangaroo Bot, what's up, brother? Haven't seen you in a while. Says, what's going on, Nate? Thank you for the big dono, homie. Off-topic question, but I wanted to get your thoughts on Marine Lance Corporal who was killed in North Carolina. What are your thoughts on how the cops handled it? I have not seen this story. Hold on. And where was it? North? You say North Carolina? North Carolina. I haven't heard this story. Let's see if it pops up. Okay, Marine from Southern California killed in North Carolina stabbing. Let's read this. We could read this story together real quick because I have not seen it. Let's see what we got here. Southern California Marine died after being fatally stabbed during a fight in North Carolina. Daniel Montano, 21, was a Lance Corporal with 1st Battalion, 2nd Marine Division at Camp Lejeune. Okay. On April 5th, Wilmington Police Department officers responded to reports of multiple fights on the 1300 block of Corbett Street in downtown Wilmington around 2 a.m. During the incident, 2 men were stabbed. Montano was one of the victims. He later died from his injuries. Well, I mean, not a surprise here with what we're looking at, right? Looks pretty gangbangerish. So I don't know, man. Here's the thing. Wilmington, Fayetteville, all of these, what's the other one? What's in South Carolina? Myrtle Beach, right? These are all places that I went and would party at on the weekends when I was in the Q course. And, you know, a lot of fights happen. This fucking soldiers getting bar fights all the time. So unfortunately, this is what I tell everybody. It's like, I would, at my age now, I'm doing everything in my power to de-escalate any situation. I'm not trying to fight anybody in public at any time because you never know. Somebody's going to pull a knife out. Fucking buddy's going to roll up and stab you in the back or some stuff like that. So I don't know enough about the story beyond that, but I can tell you it's not that rare. Like soldiers getting in fights and in military towns is pretty common. So yeah, it's dangerous, man. Dangerous. De-escalate situations, man. There's street fighting is not a safe. No matter how bad you are, how good you can fight, that's just not bar fights. And I worked in the bar scene before I joined the military, and it's like, dude, you just don't want to be involved in stuff like that. So that would be my advice to everybody. Somebody bumps into you, somebody, you know, knocks a drink out of your hand, just apologize. Even if they're a dickhead, move on, right? De-escalate. Best thing you can do until you have to defend yourself, right? And then obviously be nasty about it once you have to, but do your best to stay out of those situations if you can. All right, Emily says, tuned in late and caught the discussion of religion. Look up Naturi Karta Jews, anti-Zionist Jews predate the Zionist project itself. Interesting. That's probably what we were watching there on that clip. Also, the Eastern Orthodox Church rejects Zionism outright. Interesting. A lot of people have been talking about Orthodox as well. That'd probably be another way I look. Probably Orthodox or Catholicism is probably what I'm going to be looking at, but I'm pretty much done with the American Protestant at this point. just because it's not everybody, but all of the ones I'm looking around me are not living the values that I believe in anymore. So, Mouse confirmed. Well, thank you very much for the big donation. Appreciate you, brother. Stogie Nader. Is that Arnold? That's a good picture. Google Maps is hiding the full extent of destruction in Gaza at the request of the IDF to help hide troop movements, yet map data says it's from 2026. Wouldn't be shocked in that at all. That's like the least surprising thing I've heard all night. Cameron says, appreciate your content and Black Scout survival, freedom off the press. Freedom of the press. Yeah, I love Jack, man. Me and Jack, we're trying to do content together sometime, but he works when I do my live streams. So we haven't been able to pull it off, but we'll do it eventually. Talk to Jack a lot. I love Jack's content, by the way. I watch. He's one of the main people I watch in my own free time because I learn a lot. And there's not usually a lot of military related content where I'll watch and be like, "Oh shit, I didn't know this." And that's typically what you get with Jack's content. He's super knowledgeable, man, especially with the Marine Corps and the Navy and stuff like that. So great wealth of knowledge. Great and awesome guy, by the way. Super based. We're in the exact same boat with Kama? Probably. I'm not going to argue with you on that. Nate, MAGA and Trump hate the Pope because he's from the evil city of Chicago. Could be. I wouldn't be surprised. He's probably a liberal, so that's probably why they don't like him, right? Ed says, saw a funny meme on X yesterday. Netanyahu warns Trump that the Vatican is 1 month away from nuclear weapon. That's a good joke. Yeah, that's a timely joke. Wayne says, how can someone still rock with MAGA in the current state? I don't know. I thought Trump supporters were the do your own research and anti-establishment crowd, anti-government crowd. Remember COVID, right? Remember COVID? Anti-lockdown crowd, anti-jab crowd. And now who are they? They're the trust the FBI crowd, right? Don't ask any questions. Like, cover up the Epstein files. Don't talk about Charlie Kirk. Believe the FBI. How did MAGA get there? How did they become like simps for the government, dude? It's so silly to watch, man. Just watch these MAGA influencers run cover for the government. It's like, dude, what are you guys doing? Like, I'm anti-government no matter who's in charge, typically. Like, as that's kind of like that's kind of a fundamental part about being an American is that we're anti-authority. We don't like people telling us what the fuck to do. This goes back to the founding of our nation, the founding fathers, the Revolutionary War. Part of being American is all about being anti-government, being anti-establishment. Like that's bred into us. And then you just got these, that's why I call them cucks, dude. Just got these cucks that are just whatever they can do to try to defend Donald Trump or the government. It's like, what the fuck, man? And don't get me wrong, there was not all Democrats. There's tons of Democrats who were very, very critical of Joe Biden. I don't want to lump everybody together, but tons of Democrats did the same shit with Joe Biden, right? When like he couldn't even fucking talk. When he got up there and just mumbled in the debate stage, they still, what did they come out and say? No, he's hasn't missed a step, right? It's like the same shit, man. Both sides, you get these, these tribalists, this cult-like behavior, which I don't understand. I never understood with politics. Like, why do you like politicians? They all suck. Politics attracts the worst type of people, always. So, like, why are you simping for politicians on either side, left, right, and center? Stop it. We forget they're supposed. Part of the problem with why everything's so fucked up is because people simp so hard for their political party and they don't hold anybody accountable. So then the politicians go to Washington, do whatever the fuck they want because there's no accountability from their own base. That's a big problem. It's like you forget politicians are supposed to work for the people. I'm not required to like you. I pay you with my tax dollars to do a good fucking job. And if you don't want to do a good job, get out. That's how it's supposed to be. And then you got these people that are just like wearing, like even just wearing a MAGA hat. Just that is like, okay, dude, your identity is politics. Oof. And that goes for either side. Left, right, and center. You know what I mean? I just don't, I've never understood this because like I do a lot of political content, right, as commentary, but like in my everyday life and what's important to me and who I am. Well, for one, I'm just an independent. That's kind of a moderate, so I don't really have any identity there. But like, I could give a shit less about political affiliation in my everyday life, right? With my friends, like, it doesn't matter if you're a Democrat. No. Does it matter if you're a Republican? No. I couldn't care less. So, I don't know. But people need things, right? And some people just need an identity, and that the way they can find it is through, but I mean, that's just cults in general, right? It's not just politics. It's like people, that type of person is attracted to cult-like behavior, right? I think it's just a condition a lot of people have, whether it be being obsessed with a sport team, being obsessed with politics, being obsessed with whatever. You can see that type of behavior. All right, let's keep moving. What's this one? It's always heartwarming to see a giant human warrior being humble to his mom, admitting he was wrong. Oh, my mom is the nicest woman on the planet. We call my mom the queen of nice. She's a tiny little woman. She raised a good man, and she's a god tier mother. Loved her mommy, Valhalla. Yeah, my mom is the absolute best. She's literally the nicest person in the world. A lot of people asked, and then my dad's the opposite. My dad's about my size, Vietnam era Green Beret, and just a dick. No, that's not true. He's lightened up a lot as he's gotten older, but yeah, they're polar opposites in a lot of ways on that. All right. Catholic Church has weekly classes you can attend with your family. It covers your baptism, first communion, and confirmation. That's cool. Cool. I'll check that out. Thank you. Trump playing solo tic-tac-toe and still losing. That's funny. I like that joke. I think I'm converting to alcoholism, dude. Well, this part of the problem, Frank, I'm almost a month. I'm almost a month sober, guys. I'm almost a month sober. I got challenged by Aaron Love. Well, I didn't really get challenged, but Aaron had quit drinking like 18 months ago, and we were talking about it. And yeah, I haven't had a drink in almost a month, and I don't think I'm probably going to drink anymore, man. Now that I've quit drinking, I just feel so much better. I've probably cut like 5% body fat. My cardio is like 10 times better. My workouts are better. My skin's clearer. I mean, I drank a lot, guys. Like, not a lot, right? Like, you're never gonna see me blacked out drunk. I was never like a blackout drunk, but I drink every day, every single day. Not a lot, right? But a couple drinks every single day. And for 15 years straight. So now I've completely quit tobacco. Quit tobacco 2.5 years ago, and hopefully I can just I don't have alcoholism. I just enjoy drinking, right? Like I like drinking. I like to get behind, especially when we're doing like, talking to people or live streaming. I just enjoy having a drink and, kicking back. But it's been a lot better for me just health wise. So I think I'm just going to stick with it. I don't think I'm going to drink anymore. But anyway, sorry, just a little insight into my life. But you guys usually see, if you guys are probably wondering like why Nate's not pounding booze, that's why. So, okay. Also keeps me from getting in trouble, because if I get a little loose, I start really getting a little too based for YouTube sometimes. So, all right. Grand Bear, Melania hatred for the Don cannot be denied. Oh, I guarantee she hates that dude's guts. She's waiting for the inevitable way more than all of us, I'm sure. Aren't the right protesting? Don't see any out. Yeah, well, because Daddy's in charge. ChatGPT wrote that for her. Yeah, I agree with that. AJ, thank you, brother. Thank you, brother. We got you. Yeah, you're modded now, right? Yep. Got you added. The Second Amendment shall not be infringed. 100%. Assault weapons ban is unconstitutional. The government can be corrupt with too much power. Abolish property taxes. I agree with all this, man. I love all this. Man after my own heart. I am a staunch 2A absolutist. Like staunch, and that means I believe felons should be able to have guns and carry guns concealed. Staunch 2A. That's the very conservative side of me in that issue. He just pardoned his whole staff. Wait, what? Like he pardoned the Trump administration preemptively? I gotta see this. I would not be shocked. You know he's gonna do this, right? When he leaves office, it may be, or he might leave office and just pardon his family. He's 100% gonna pardon his family for all the corruption. But he most likely is gonna pardon everybody. Preemptive pardons. Because there's a lot of crime going on with the Trump administration. A lot of crime. Melania says, I am not as victim. I am predator. I introduced Jeffrey to Trump. Probably, actually. Easter eggs reminded her of Jesus Christ. Not saying that one. Thank you, John. Love your content, Nate. Putting 2 and 2 together. Could our greatest ally be blackmailing the first lady? The reason for the presser yesterday. Maybe. I don't think it's necessarily blackmail on her. I think that there might be like some damning stuff that's going to come out about Trump with potentially her. Like maybe the way Trump met her might be a little bit illegal, you might say, given maybe her profession at the time. So I think there's more chance that something like that is about to come out. So she's preemptively trying to say that she never had any relationship with him. So when a story comes out that says maybe the opposite of that, she's already run cover on that. But I don't know. We're going to have to wait and see. That's just me speculating. Pure speculation on that. Marine here. Do these goddamn SOB YouTubers supers censor certain words? Yes, I don't. I don't censor the words, but YouTube does. YouTube censors super chats pretty hard, and your own comments, right? So a lot of times if you say something controversial and your comment gets deleted, it's actually not from me or the mods. It's YouTube's algorithm that'll wipe it. Keep saying message not sent, edit and try again. I tried Mary Evasions. You'll see other people when they leave super chats, they'll be a little bit crafty about how they word things or put spaces in words. So yeah, that's a thing. The AI is just auto censoring stuff, man. Just the way it goes on here. Amanda Ungaro is going to snitch on Melania. Well, that'll be maybe. Craig says the book came out today. J.E. was interviewed and said he and Mel were snogging. Yeah, I have that in the full video that I done on that with what's his name? Michael Wolff. Is it Michael Wolff? Was talking about that book, the book in Britain about Prince Andrew. Yeah. Clint Russell thinks Melania is blackmailing Trump. Whoa, that would be interesting. That's not one I had thought about. If she's the one doing the blackmail, that'd be interesting. Hope Trump doesn't get his ball room. I mean, that's just a big underground bunker facility being built as a ballroom on top. Just so you guys know, that's a real thing. Melania to victims was more threat than assurance. Yeah, probably, actually. Trump posts everything. He didn't post this, though. Yeah. Yeah, he didn't post Melania. I bet he didn't post Melania's press conference, did he? Interesting, huh? Honest question from Joe says, by Melania doing and making her statement, could she be preemptively trying to avoid a subpoena? Just saying. Oh, I don't know, Joe. Maybe. But again, I think there's just potentially something we're going to find out about her connections to Maxwell and Big E, that she's trying to, have a different narrative already out there when that comes out so that they can say that's fake news when it comes out. That's my best guess on the situation at the moment. Do you ever see Joe Kent debate Will Chamberlain? Oh, I'm thinking Wilt Chamberlain on Piers Morgan. If you haven't, you should watch. I have not seen that debate yet. At first, I was like, what are you talking? Isn't Will Chamberlain dead? But Will Chamberlain. No, I haven't seen that yet. Haven't seen that one yet. I'm sure I will. I only see the left protesting the war. Why? Because Donald Trump is a Republican and he's the one engaged in the war. And so they have to support him, I guess. I don't know. I mean, I'm protesting the war and I'm not on the left. So, but there's not that many of me, unfortunately. There's not that many of me. There's more and more. There's more and more, right? You got the Tuckers and Candace, Sean Ryans, the Manosphere, right? Tim Dillon, Joe Rogan, Andrew Schultz, Shane Gillis, Theo Vaughn. Like there actually is a lot of people in the space that are moving in the right direction. So more and more and more. Star David, Star Rempam. Ooh, well, that's a real thing. That's in the holy text. Honest, VHT, ever heard of Senior Executive Services? I think I mean, asked VFT. I mean, I know of a lot of executive protection companies, but I don't know necessarily about that specific one. Tommy says, hijack my son's YouTube. Would it be treasonous to ask Iran when eventually they outline the peace agreement to add the United States government must release all of the Big E files fully unredacted? Good day from Australia. Cheers, mate. Hey, it would be nice. It would be nice if Iran was super based like that and they put that in as a request, but that would guarantee there would be no peace deal ever, right? They'll burn the entire world down before they release those files, man. Bobby says, I'd love to see a 2028 Massey Green. So Marjorie Taylor Greene, I'm assuming you mean. DOJ with Trey Gowdy. Well, it sounds like, and I would be shocked, but it sounds like Trey Gowdy may be the next choice for Trump's attorney general. I like Trey Gowdy. Personally, it makes me worried that if Trump wants him to be the attorney general, it makes me worried that maybe he's not quite as he's not the person we think he is, right? Just saying. But I do like Trey. SecDef Joe Kent, that would be, I think that's a great choice. DNI Gabbard, if she can be let loose to work. Yeah, Tulsi's lost me since not boycotting the war, but yeah, the rest of them I do actually like a lot of the ticket. But again, who knows, right? Like this, like we think these are going to be good choices, and then they get in there and they backstab us. So I'm very hesitant on anybody at this point, other than Joe Kent. Isn't the First Lady a private citizen? Did she illegally see all the FBI files, or does she have personal knowledge of... Oh, hers is personal knowledge, big dog. Hers is personal knowledge. She doesn't need to see the files. She was in the thick of it back in the time they were all best friends, right? That's why there's all those pictures of them together partying. So no, she's got the with her own eyes information, right? For sure. Caroline says, the day before Melania's press conference, Ivanka Trump was on the Diary of a CEO, one of the most open extended interviews she's done in years. Both Ivanka and Melania are in rare form, which means something big. Interesting. I didn't see Ivanka's. I mean, Ivanka being married to Kushner, can't trust her as far as I could throw her either. But it's interesting if they are starting to speak out about weird stuff like this. Did you see the Piers show with Joe Kent, the idiot, denigrating Joe's comments? I'm assuming that's whatever his name was, Will Chamberlain. I haven't seen that yet. No, haven't seen that one. I'm sure I will though. John Stewart, Thomas Massey ticket for both sides. I don't mind a. We used to have cross-party tickets where you'd have a Republican president and a Democrat vice president. That used to be a thing. Like way back in America. I actually don't mind the idea behind this, right? I'm not a huge Jon Stewart fan personally, but I don't mind like two people we feel like are America first. One, I think Thomas Massey, Ro Khanna would be maybe a better choice than that, but or like a Thomas Massey, Graham Plattner ticket, something like that. I would like, but I don't mind the idea behind a cross-party ticket. I kind of like it actually, you know. But I don't think we'll ever see that. Everything's so partisan now that it's I doubt it. Plasma says, is it gay if it's a three-way? What's the saying? Only if the balls touch. That's the rules, I believe. I'm not a swinger though, so I don't know, but I've heard that joke before from people who are into that in the military. There's actually a lot of that in the military, which is very bizarre, but yeah. Anyway. Future Army unit supply specialist here, just waiting on a waiver for a health reason. Thanks for sharing your thoughts with facts and bravery, Nate. Well, very cool, man. Very cool. Good luck. What's the waiver for? What health reason? If you would have put that in there, I would have been able to tell you what the likelihood you're going to get through on it is. But good luck, brother. Lee says, I came in here to chew bubblegum and say, fuck Dan Blanchino. All right. We'll always give that one a round of applause on this channel. Now back to my bubblegum. Hell yeah, dude. Also, you can throw those in the chat. Why don't we get some Bonginas in the chat from the members, huh? Bonginas in the chat. throw those bonginas in the chat. We got them there for a reason. We got them there for the reason, right? I got to refresh this so I can throw them in there too with you guys. Pull this out. Pull it back up. Yeah, there we go. There we go. There they are. Hell yeah. Let me get my own in there. Get my own in there. Yeah. Yeah, there it is. Now we're cruising. Now we're cooking with gas with the bonginas in the chat, baby. Woo! Love to see it, dude. Love to see that. All right. Here we go. Let's keep it moving. That's why we have those emojis, guys. All right. Economy update. Graduated software engineer degree 2 years ago. Couldn't find work. Stuck at minimum wage jobs. Getting a 2-year educational degree to become a math teacher. Economy is cooked. Fuck, dude. That's rough. I know this is true coming out of like upper education recently with my master's. So many of my classmates just literally talked to at the barber. Was at the barber a couple days ago, and one of my MBA classmates that I graduated with about a year ago. Has it been a year? No, not quite a year. Last June, I graduated with was in there and was talking to him and asked him what he was doing, and he was like, "Still looking for a job, man." It's like, that's a dude with an MBA, and he's like 38 with like a big resume behind him too, and he's like, "I can't find a fucking job." It's like, oof. Rough. It's rough out there, especially in software, right? Because AI is just basically taking over all those jobs. Like Oracle just laid off 30,000 people. Amazon's been laying off tons of people. Trade skill jobs, guys. There's no shortage of. There's tons of money in plumbing, electrical, lineman work, and a lot of money in trade skill jobs right now. I think that's the new way forward for sure. Miss T says 1520s Rubini, a Jewish adventurer. His mission: secure European support to raise a massive army, invade Ottoman-ruled Palestine, and establish a Jewish state there. He failed. The Catholic Inquisition imprisoned him for life. I did not know that. Did not know that story. Thank you for the history lesson on that one. Thank you for that. I do like history. Pretty big history buff, but I don't know all of history. That's an interesting one. Thank you. Candace returned early to troll Trumpenstein. I did see that she put it in time. I haven't got to watch it yet, but I did see the thumbnail on her video. Hold on. I just scrolled and saw, when I was scrolling by, I saw the thumbnail on her video, and I even took a picture of it because I was like, oh my God, Candace is going in. Look at this thumbnail for this episode. Look at this, the Lord of the Rings reference. You guys know I love a good Lord of the Rings reference, and look at that. The sun never sets on the Epstein Empire with BB as Grey Worm whispering into Trumpus Theoden's ear, dude. Oh my gosh, that is so good. And true, but that thumbnail, dude, as soon as I scrolled past Candace's thumbnail, I was like, oh fuck, dude, that's funny. That's a good one. That's a good one, especially Lord of the Rings. You mix Lord of the Rings with trashing on Trump and BB, and you got me with a thumbs up immediately every time. Fragile Wolf says, great stuff. Random question though. How did you get used to learn to tolerate being around creepy crawlies while abroad or in the field? Yeah, I think of venomous snakes, spiders, parasites, and bugs. You just fucking deal with it, man. I mean, being in the swamps of North Carolina and Middle East has got some nasty shit too as well. Japan. Japan's got some big boys too. Big. But huntsman spiders in Okinawa. Oh my God, dude. The huntsman spiders are like this big. And they look like, like the pods, the alien thing that comes out of the pods that lash onto people's faces. That's what that spider looks like, but it's like this big. And they're fast, dude. They're just poof. Ugh. But you just deal with it, you know what I mean? You just deal with it. It's part of doing shit. Green Beret. We're called snake eaters, right? Snake eaters for a reason. But I don't know. I'm not a big fan of creepy crawlies, but they're not that bad. I don't mind. Like I'm the guy who has to deal with all the creepy crawlies at the house. So I'm not like that. Like insects don't bother me. Big insects, big scorpions, big spiders. Yeah, I'm not a big fan. Yeah, but the huntsman spiders in Japan are disgusting, dude. Ugh. They like to get in your cars too all the time, because it's cooler in the car and it's really hot in Okinawa all the time. You'd be like, You know, a lot of times they get on the back windshields, right? Or get inside your car. And you go like look in your rear view mirror to back up, and there's the fucking spider on your back of inside your car on the back windshield that's that big. And then you'll like look back at it and it'll disappear in the car, and you're like, fuck, that thing is in here with me somewhere. Ugh. Ugh. But I live in Oregon. We don't have shit for bugs in Oregon. So Oregon is like, we had a spider like this big, pretty big, like a little bit bigger than a quarter in the house the other day, and my wife freaked out, and I was like, that's not bad. That's not bad. So we don't have a whole lot of bugs in Oregon. That's one of the nice parts about Oregon. We don't have a whole lot of snakes, bugs, or any of that type of stuff. But how you get used to it, I don't know. You don't really. As a Catholic, I'm ready for the crusade. Hell yeah. The United States 2 weeks away from enriching enough dementia for a geriatric weapon. Iran probably. Did you guys see did you see Iran came out and said that they've got no interest in assassinating Donald Trump because he is far more damaging to America by leaving him as president? Oh boy. Oh boy. Texas says, think an outside candidate could actually make it to the election breathing. Bernie was the closest, right? Bernie was the closest we got. Bernie was really the only real outside candidate that got close, and we saw what they did to him, right? The Democrat Party absolutely gutted him, fucked him over, and made sure he never had a chance. So probably not. Probably not. But maybe not. Who knows? With the way politics are and how pissed everybody is, you never know. We could see something crazy in this next one. Don't know. Like if we see just like JD Vance versus Gavin Newsom, oh my God, people are not going to be excited about that one at all. Hassett was on Fox Business Today saying the Strait of Hormuz might open in 2 months. Yay. Whoa. Okay, great. It might open at some future point in date and time that we have no idea. That's convincing, isn't it? Order of the day: until morale improves, the beatings will continue as you were. Hell yeah, dude. That's where we're at in this country right now. Ball sacks. The absolute unit, Brigitte. I don't know how to say that in French. Macron has bigger calves than Nate. Maybe. It's possible. It's possible. Big Fat Orange is talking about mass pardons for everybody around him today. Oh, see, you guys, has been like the 5th comment. I didn't see this story yet, but this will be a great story for Tuesday, huh? If he's already pardoning his administration less than 2 years into the term, that's not good. Means there's probably a lot of crime being committed. 82nd Airborne Vet here. Would love to have you on my show, the MBRR podcast. All right. Well, hit me up on Instagram, man. I don't do a lot of other people's podcasts. I'm just going to let you know that up front. Okay. It's nothing personal. Very, very rarely. Very rarely. Usually it's only my friends. Get money out of politics. I agree with this big time. I want all lobbying out of politics. I want foreign lobbying out of politics. I want corporate lobbying out of politics. I want government lobbying out of politics. I'm with you on that. Representative John Larson files articles of impeachment against Trump. 4-7. In the House, they did? I didn't see that. Doesn't sound like it's gotten a whole lot of attention. Joe says, okay, got to ask, how many impeachments does it really take to get a president out of office? Seems like some is racking up quite the score. It only takes one, technically, Joe, but, we got to get bipartisan support to get him out. So we'll see after the midterms. I mean, here's the thing. If it's a big enough blowout in the midterms, Democrats might not even need bipartisan support to impeach him completely. That would be crazy. That would be wild. If they just have the numbers to just hit 60%. Woo! It's 60%, right? 60% for impeachment? It might be higher than that. Anybody know off the top of their head? Vote. I think it's 67. Okay, 67. A little bit higher. 2/3. Yeah, okay, 2/3 makes sense. 2/3 majority. I was thinking it was 60, but 60 is just regular bills, right? So yeah, it says 67. 2/3. Okay, well, that's a lot. Well, they're definitely not getting that. Definitely not getting that. So it's probably not going to happen unless you get enough Republicans on board, which is, well, we'll see after the midterms. Someone warned Melania to keep away from the stair. Yeah, it's a good joke. Lax says maybe Trump was secretly a Democrat plan. Well, he was a Democrat his whole life, so this wouldn't be that far stretch. All along to ensure the Republicans never get elected again. Kind of got a fair point there. Controlled opposition. Ryan says, I would trade all my blood in my body to rejuvenate Ron Paul. Guy, no, man. I loved Ron Paul. The only honest statesman. He was never a politician. Yeah, and he was a pariah. You know what I mean? He was such a pariah back in the day to the mainstream politics, right? But he was right about goddamn almost everything. I wish Ran was another Ron, but Ran is not another Ron, unfortunately. I don't hate Rand Paul, but I mean, he's a pretty big letdown compared to his dad, I think, in a lot of ways. Karma says, Amanda Ungaro is the reason Melania spoke today. She has nothing to lose and is threatening to tell all. It's pretty crazy. Yeah, a few people have led that. I don't know about this story yet with her, but yeah, a couple of the viewers have commented about this. So I'm sure I'm going to find out because I look into this stuff. Thank you. Dude, Hunter versus Dawn on a vessel deck in the Strait of Hormuz, God tier card. Loser can't trade stocks for 90 days. I say put him on the White House card, dude. Main event of the White House card. Hunter versus Dawn Jr., dude. Send it. Main event. Pretty funny. John says, greatest ally hits infrastructure. Iran does it. Greatest ally hits nuclear infrastructure. Iran does it. Greatest ally hits schools, universities, hospitals. Iran doesn't do it. Food for thought. That's true. That's actually true. But again, that's part of their strategy, right? That is part of their strategy. They want to, Iran, as part of their PR strategy, is to look like the good guy. Okay. That doesn't mean necessarily they are, but that is part of that asymmetric warfare PR campaign to the world. And it's a smart strategy. Right? Smart strategy. Six Mom said, how do you think starting to automatically signing people up for a draft in December will play out? Okay, good question. Let's talk about that. I think not good. Gen Z will not be happy. Okay, so this is, I love to get in here and talk about the draft and fearmonger a little bit, but this actually isn't going to change anything. Okay, all this is doing is automatically registering people for the draft. You're required to register for the draft already. All of this is doing is taking away the requirement of the 18-year-old kid to do it themselves for selective service. So this is just automatically doing it. So does it change anything? No, not really. No, not really. It is a little interesting of the timing and the decision to do it, though, right? It's the fact that everybody's worried about the draft and then they do this at the same time sort of stokes those fears, but it doesn't change anything. Just automatically registering rather than forcing them to register anyway. So they're required to do it. They'll just automatically do it. So kind of whatever. So yeah, again, it's suspicious timing, but it's not going to change. It's not going to really change anything. Love you, dude. Pause. Keep on keeping on. Thank you. What the actual F is, the left is worried that Trump will be taking his anger and frustration about his failure internationally out on the domestic population, particularly black, brown, and anyone who might be in Antifa, which could be anyone. We're actually seeing this in the FBI. Kyle Kalinske did a story on this. That's fucking crazy. I encourage you guys to go watch it. It's over on his channel. Look for the story about the FBI targeting people who are against this Trump administration. This is a real thing that's happening right now. Left, right, and center, by the way. So they're going after people like me and people like Kyle, right? Across the political spectrum. So that is a real thing that's happening with the FBI. Very scary. It's a very good episode. So Kyle Kalinski's show, I think he put it out maybe yesterday. Look for the video about the FBI targeting people for being anti-Trump. Sketchy as shit. He brought the receipts with it too. So, okay. A ship fire is a big deal, obviously, which is why everyone in the United States Navy is trained to fight fires. Okay, interesting. Hard for this Navy boy to believe a laundry room fire cripples an aircraft carrier. So a lot of my buddies in the Navy had said this exact same thing. When people have asked me, like, what do I think? The guys I've talked to have said the same thing, where they're like, a fire in the laundry room brought down an aircraft carrier. Nah, dog. So again, I'm going to take your guys's expertise on that over my own, because I don't know. But all the Navy guys I've talked to have said the same thing. That's pretty sketchy. Thank you, Ryan, for that big $100 dono. Very, very generous of you, brother. It says he was bailed out in the late 90s by the Rothschild Bank, if I'm not mistaken. You're talking about Trump when he went bankrupt? I don't recall it being a Rothschild bank. I do recall it being Russian investors or a Russian, what was it? Some type of Russian. I'm trying to remember. Anybody in the chat remember exactly when Trump was like $3 billion in debt and he was going bankrupt? He got bailed out. I thought it was by Russian investors. Maybe it was Rothschild banking system. Anybody know off the top of your head? That's like back in the 80s or 90s that it happened. But that is a thing. That is a thing for sure. That story is true. I just don't remember exactly. No, I don't think it wasn't the Adelsons. Deutsche Bank? Okay. Deutschland Bank. There it is. Okay, got it. There you go. All right. So maybe I don't remember. I do know the story. I just don't recall exactly who it was, but it sounds like Deutsche Bank. But anytime you get bailed out for $3 billion, you probably owe back a lot of favors, right? So Nate's little legs are calves, but Trump's huge ankles are cows. Checkmate, liberals. He does have bigger ankles than me. Okay, that's funny. Dude, that was a funny fucking joke. Yeah, that's a super good joke. He does have bigger ankles than me. You're right. You got me on that one. All right, that's a fun. See, that's what I'm talking. You'll make me laugh. You can make fun of me, and you can make me laugh as long as it's good comedy. Lauren says, served in the surgical company in Afghanistan. I've seen some things myself. Also a law enforcement officer for a hospital. Yeah, surgical company and then downrange. Yes, you have. Yes, you have. Woof. Yeah. Working in the ER in Kandahar and places like that, you're gonna get a lot of action. Sadly. Blue-eyed hillbilly, thank you for always being here. Says I'm starting 2 hours behind, but I'm here. Just wanted to love your channel from Southern Oregon. Where are you from? Where are you at in Southern Oregon? Grants Pass, Medford. Can't wait to see your new studio. Go Max. Thank you very much. Thanks for always being here. I didn't know you were in Oregon. That's awesome. I'm gonna guess you're in Grants Pass. That's my guess. Just what I'm going with. All right. Nick says Bill Clinton said the same thing about no relations with that person public as Melania Trump. We saw how that came to light. We know how that came to light, right? You know that was blackmail from Israel. They blackmailed Clinton and threatened to release the phone sex conversations he had because somehow they tapped the White House phone, I guess. And they threatened Bill Clinton that if he didn't release Jonathan Pollard, that they would release it. And Bill Clinton refused to release him. And that's why that all came out. That was blackmail from our greatest ally. That same story. Yep. And guess who pardoned and released Jonathan Pollard? Donald Trump. And if you don't know who he is one of the most famous spies for Israel who is stealing the United States secret classified information and sending it back to our greatest ally. So there you go. Clinton had the balls to say fuck off, and they exposed him for it. Yeah, buddy. They've been doing blackmail work for a long time. They did it to Clinton too. That's a real story. That's not a conspiracy theory tinfoil hat story. We all know that's an actual objective story. But yeah, pretty wild, huh? Beer Chugger says, "Oh, look at that kitty. That's how Munchkin likes to sit sometimes." Yo, Nate, I'm an old Marine. It would be fun to haze you in the Marines. Also, don't pay attention to the cat man. I like the live show. Hey, we don't haze anymore, brother. There's no hazing anymore. We don't allow that in the military. We don't even allow that on the Special Forces ODAs. All right. Where I live in Illinois is trying to push forward a new bullshit bill to have each round of ammunition registered under a serial number. Oh my God, dude. Dude, that's too much. That's too much. Every round has to be serialized now. God, dude, they try anything they can to make it more difficult, man. It drives me crazy. Super Lineman says, great show once again. Check out the Lutheran Church. We are derived from the Catholic Church. Lutheran? I had a girlfriend in college that was Lutheran. Didn't know much about it, though. Thank you. Appreciate it. Sally says, Nate the Great, missed the live, but glad to say hello and see your smiling face. Happy Friday. Well, you're here now, Sally, or you were here, and appreciate having you here. Thank you very much. Gunnar says, did you hear they are adding mental gymnastics to the Olympics? MAGA is training to... Oh, I wasn't ready for the back. I wasn't ready for the second half of that comment at all. I thought this was going to be real, and then you just blindsided me with the joke in the second half. So there it is again. Got me again. Oh, that's funny. Okay. Thanks, brother. That's a funny joke. Thank you for the super sticker. Anon says, mind if you explain the type of teams that an SF group can have? Sure. Like SIF, dive. Well, yeah, okay, SIF. Yeah, we can. There's a lot of context here. SIF, dive, military freefall, and all that good stuff. Thank you for the content. Yeah, so Special Forces ODAs, Operational Detachment Alpha, which means a Special Forces team, a 12-man team. Bunch of different types. You have ASO teams. This is kind of like not CIA type teams, but sort of like that. It's sort of more of the like Secret Squirrel Intel type team. You'll have one of those. You'll have a mountain team, so a team that does mountaineering. I was on a mountain team for a couple years. You'll have a dive team, combat dive team. That is the top plaque up there when I was on a dive team. Military free fall, which is skydiving. That's the bottom plaque there. I was on spent about 3 years on a dive team, 2 years on a mountain team, 3 years on a Halo team. Then you have what we call a ruck team, which is like the worst. That's guys that just walk in, right? Nobody wants to be on the ruck team. Mobility team, that's teams that are like focused on vehicle-based combat and things like that. So what you meant by SIF team or the CRIF, this is actually a more of a battalion. So you have what's called the CRIF, which is, or not a battalion, company, is one company for First Special Forces Group. It's out in Okinawa, and they're like highly focused on, like, it's essentially right below Delta Force, right? When you talk about their CQB capabilities and things like that, it's extremely, extremely high. So that's those type of teams, but that's a separate company, so it's a little bit different. But those are the main types of teams that we have. So kind of a little bit of everything. I don't think I missed any. I think that's all of them, right? Ruck, mobility, mountain, ASO, dive. Oh, maritime teams. My bad. We have a maritime team as well. So different than dive teams. Dive teams do under the water. Maritime is like focused on boats and things like that. So kind of like Navy SEAL-esque type stuff. So yeah, we do Green Berets. We do pretty much everything. Literally kind of a jack of all trades when it comes to that. Pretty much every infill platform we can do. So hopefully that explained it. Okay. Bobby says PDF's just using religion as camouflage. Warm up the wood chippers. This, I think, is a great point. It seems like that seems to be top cover, regardless of what the religion is for a lot of these people. Third Modoc says the nuns were looking for 2 altar boys. When she found them, they had their bare butts in a snowbank. When asked, the boys replied, Mother Superior, Father Murphy likes a couple cold ones after Mass. Wow. Here come the Catholic jokes. Here come the Catholic jokes. Nate talks about Catholicism, and boom, here they come. You guys can't help yourselves. Axe says, oh, yes, I did. This story grosses me out. Okay, so Australian veteran here. Did you hear about the arrest of Ben Robert Smith, one of our most decorated? He is your most decorated soldier, by the way. If so, what's your opinion about it? And since you had Australian SF to such high standard. So they have been, I remember talking to the SAS guys when I was in Australia in 2021, I believe. And they were going after tons of their SAS. Australian SAS is like their Australian Special Forces, kind of like Green Berets. They were actively going after a ton of them for war crimes. Britain is doing the same type of thing. It fucking grosses me out. It grosses me out. We send our special operators and even our infantrymen and Marines to go fight the wars and horrific situations that we're in. They did it to, but we've done it too. We tried to do it to Eddie Gallagher, my friend Eddie Gallagher, right? Thank God he got all the charges dropped. But yeah, I do not like the idea of retroactively trying to go after, our nation's war fighters once they're back home. Especially Australia. I work with Australia. Australia is just like the United States. We do everything, especially in the special operations room, doing everything we possibly can to not commit war. We're not like Donald Trump, to not commit war crimes, to not break the Geneva Convention, to follow the rules of laws of land warfare. Like, we do everything we can to do that. And a lot of this stuff has no basis in fact. It's just like these stories get drum up about these guys and then the government tries to put them away. So Australia is really bad about it. And the UK is bad about it too. So no, I don't like it at all. I don't like it at all. If you could actually show like real proof that these guys committed war crimes, sure, put them away. But that's not the case of what's going on with these guys. It's not the case of what's going on with these guys. But again, I don't know. I wasn't there, right? And that's a big problem too. Wasn't there. Wasn't there, right? So on its surface, I don't like it. But if they can prove it, then hey, away he goes, in my opinion. But if it's just off of speculation and rumors or something, nah, dude, that's not good. It's not good. Follow the true path, goth chick with fishnets. Goth mommies. Nate, do you think draft will happen if the war continues in Iran? If it does long enough and we go to a full-scale ground invasion and we start losing thousands of troops, yeah, for sure. But I'd like to say I don't think we'll get to that point, but I have no idea. With the guy who's in charge, like, all bets are off, right? Like, people ask me about that. Do you think there'll be a draft? Like, Donald Trump's in charge. I have no fucking clue. It's a 50-50 shot to me at this point, right? So, yeah, it's not great. Not great. Not great. Goat Stream, what exactly, quote, Kegs say to the Pope? He didn't say it to the Pope. He said it to one of the archbishops, and they said to him that the United States military can do whatever it wants, and the Catholic Church better get in line. Psychotic for the Pentagon and Pete Hegseth to be saying that to the Catholic Church, right? Or to anyone. Why would you talk like that? It's gross. Friendship lost because of MAGA really sucks. Oh, sorry to hear that, man. I'll be honest. I do have some buddies that, fellow Green Berets that I was friends with that I no longer talk to. And it's just because I can't deal with it, dude. Like, it's not like me being like, I'm not going to be your friend anymore. It's just like, dude, you're out here supporting genocide and this fucking psychotic president. It's really hard for me to, want to talk to you about stuff. You know what I mean? It's, again, I'll be friends with anybody, but it's like at some point, dude, it gets rough out there. You know what I mean? I'd have an easier chance being friends with a socialist than I would with someone in MAGA, to be honest. Actually, I do have some friends who are socialists and have great relationships with them, and progressives, right? Two of my, my mom and my sister are both far left progressives and fantastic relationships with both of them. So Gary was talking shit about me. That's fine, man. He can, if he wants to do that. If you notice how I never say anything bad about him or about any of the other Green Berets. So if that's what they think they want to do, I imagine it just comes from jealousy, right? My platform is way bigger than all of theirs, and I'm not trying to talk shit about that. It's just the reality of it. But I'm not talking down and talking shit about them on my platform. So if they feel the need to do that, then that's fine. I'm not going to talk any trash back. I don't have anything negative to say about them. So it's the way it goes. I don't have anything negative to say about Gary. So if he wants to talk shit about me, then he can do that. Disappointing to hear, but that's the way it goes. All right. Here we go. Best advice ever, Nate. Walk away till you can't. Yeah, for fighting. Yep. Kind of like our founding fathers did. No politics, just survival. Tribalism will kill us. It's not doing very well for us right now. tribalism in the country. You know what I mean? Not doing very well. Not doing very well. Misfit. Maybe Melania is throwing out a warning shot to the guys that are in the files or no longer supporting Trump since the war. Like, get in line or else. Maybe. Maybe. It is bizarre. We're going to find out one way or another probably here in the next couple of weeks, whatever the hell this was, for sure. Thank you, Greg, for that big donation with no comment. Appreciate it, brother. Super, super nice of you. Super generous. Jasmine says, congrats on your sobriety. Proud of you. Thanks, Jess. Thank you. Appreciate it. Look into paganism. Yeah, I know plenty about paganism. But you know, probably should be a pagan, given that my family's all from Sweden, but I'm not. That goes back a long ways. Consider checking out the Eastern Orthodox Church. Yeah, that's the other one I'm going to look into. They don't believe in Zionism, heresy, but they do have a central figure like a pope. Yeah, that's the other one I'm going to look into. Probably Orthodox or Catholicism, but I'm definitely moving away from the Protestant church. Pretty much done. Thank you, Buff Like Jesus, Big Dog, for those 10 Valhalla VFT memberships. Appreciate you, brother. Try to find the origin of the exact quote from to the Vatican. Oh, we showed it earlier. On the channel, in the show. If you build your calves big enough, they're called steers. Yeah, well, mine don't. You got to keep in mind, like, I went through the Special Forces qualification course carrying a fucking 100-pound ruck every single day, doing 10 plus miles on the ground. I should have had calves like this. And at the height of that, my calves were never any bigger than they are now. So just genetics don't go well. Also, I'm really tall, right? And really tall guys typically don't have giant calves. So that's just part of the trade-off, right? You want to be tall and you're not going to have big calves usually. So I'd rather be tall. So there's that. Melania did the statement because Michael Wolff, Trump biographer, filed a preemptive lawsuit against her. She threatened to sue him for $1 billion because he said Jeff hooked her up with DJT. He came out. I saw him talking about that today. I put it in my episode, actually, was his him talking about that book and that being in it. So it doesn't seem like he's worried about a lawsuit. Also, why won't she, like, she's definitely not going to sue him. Might threaten it because discovery would not be good for Donald Trump. They'd have access to all the Epstein files if that happened. So they don't want that. But like Jesus says, Trump's bombing Melania's next press conference. Me and AI made Wayne game patches. Hell yeah, dude. Show me those. So send them to me in Patreon. Oh, that's funny. Joe Kim absolutely dog walks that chamber pot character. It's very illuminating. Okay. Yeah, this is the third one. I'm going to watch it for sure. I just hadn't seen it yet. PC Tech Hustle says, just wanted to pop in and say I love your content and your 100% honest takes on things. You become one of my #1 channels to get the latest in politics, etc. Keep up the great work, Nate. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. A lot of people say that to me, and I appreciate it whenever you guys say that. You know, I do my best. We grind here to try to bring you guys the best content we can. Okay. Green Buds and Fam says, hello, Nate. How does one get in touch outside of Instagram with? YouTube is in touch with me, you mean? YouTube is as close to social media as I like to get to. Too many vampires. Have you seen 13 Hours takes? Yeah, of course I've seen 13 Hours. Benghazi story. My takes, it's probably not the true story of what happened. Based off of what we've learned with the 2 Delta Force operators who got Medal of Honors, that was not included in the movie, by the way. Yeah, we probably are missing a lot of the story of Benghazi. Pauly Shore's in the Army now. What? He's not actually. Oh, Pauly Shore in the Army now. I actually do like Pauly Shore. Me and my wife watch all Pauly Shore's old 90s movies, and I do like that movie as well. But yeah, Benghazi, I think, is not quite as historically accurate as they want us to believe it is. How to get in touch with me? You can email. And guys, it's just you gotta understand. Like, if I don't respond to your stuff via Instagram or email, it's not because I'm purposely not responding. I get hundreds of messages and emails a day, right? So I try to get through them, but I can't get to all of them. So, but I do appreciate it. I try to read them all at least. So thank you. Valhalla VFT, check out Stinks or Reborn's comments on the Mrs. her conference. I have no idea what this is, brother. Or Gabby, sorry. Not brother. Sister. I don't know what any of this is. So Mrs. her conference. I'm not sure what that is. Got to give me a little bit more context to that. Gunner says, protesting isn't always marching the streets. Sometimes it's just correcting the people around you or speaking up. Being informed is powerful. True. Well, a lot of people don't want to hear what you have to say, even if you're right? Unsolicited advice is usually not well received by most people, including me sometimes. I'm kind of bad about that too. But I do my best to, be critical thinking and educating myself with all sorts of different sources. So draft hasn't begun, but Barron Trump already announced by White House for having bone spurs. Fortunate son intensifies. It ain't me. I'm president's son. Yeah, I'm sure Barron's got his. He's probably already got it documented with the docs that he's got bone spurs. He's too tall. 6'8". He's definitely got bone spurs. They're genetic. They're genetic bone spurs from dad. Yeah, he ain't ever seen the front line, so Iran should just give Trump the Nobel FIFA Prize or something, or a jet for Trump to pull out of there, which would be the first time he pulled out. Yeah. Having a hard time trying to get the VA to respond to my request for college. I'm 100%. You're having a hard time trying to get the VA to respond. The VA. Are you talking about like VR&E, which is, I believe, the VA, one of the VA education programs? That's probably where you need to look, or like GI Bill, right? I believe it's VR&E. There's GI Bill and VR&E, I believe the programs. I didn't use it personally because I already had a bachelor's degree before I got out, so I used 2 years of my GI Bill and I was done. But I believe it's VR&E. That's what you need to look up, or with your GI Bill. Those are the two education. I don't know about I think that the VA runs VR&E, I believe, though. So try looking that up. Again, sorry, I don't have better advice because I didn't use it. I was offered the program to use. I had access to it, but again, I only needed 2 years, so I just used my GI Bill to get my master's. All right. But again, look that program up. Maybe that'll help. It's the best I could give you. Tulsi practically denied intel of an imminent threat. 100%. She didn't practically. She literally said they were not imminent nuclear threat. As she testified before Congress and said that. Oh, here we go. Jasmine's always got one of these. Oh God, dude. What? I'm gonna get I can't do this. I'm gonna get in trouble for this. Fuck, marry, kill with my 3 friends. Oh, I don't know if I'm gonna do this one. Jesse, Dan, JD. Nah, I'm not doing this one, Jasmine. I can't, because then I gotta if I kill one, then that's like me saying it's my least favorite of the 3. I can't do that. Sorry. Yeah. I'm not doing that one. Those are my 3 friends. I can't do it. That's not fair. I don't want to make anybody feel bad. I'm skipping that one. That's about the only one I'd ever skip, right? But I can't. Like 3 of my best YouTube buds. Well, and I know him in person too, but obviously JD lives down the street from me. All right, so let's keep moving. Good try, Jasmine. Good try on that one. You almost got me to do it. Had I been drinking, I would have done that one for sure, but I'm not doing that one. Joshua says, I'm the chosen one, Trump, as he looks to heaven. Definitely not the Antichrist. Yeah, he does think he's the chosen one, and the people around him are telling him that, which, ugh. 92 Yankee comment says, the waiver I need is for high blood sugar. I'm at the cusp, 5.7 when I need 5.6 or below. I've already been to MEPS. Any advice? I actually had I have a low blood sugar issue. So that wasn't a problem for me. I don't have, you're right there. So maybe honestly, probably a change in your diet. The best thing you could possibly do for this is get your blood work done, right? Which you probably already had if you know your levels, and talk to your doctor and see if there's a medication you could be on, or, you know, some type of change in your diet. Cause it sounds like you're like right there on the border. So, but again, I have the opposite problem. I've got low blood sugar. I got type 1 diabetes is really common in my family. Grandpa had it, uncle had it. And so a lot of us sort of have the pre-diabetic effects, I guess you could say, from type 1. So yeah, I've had the opposite issue. But again, just wait, is JD in here? Is he in here? JD, dude, I couldn't do it, dude. I'll tell you this. This is all I'll tell you. JD would not have gotten the kill. Okay? That's all I'm going to say. JD wouldn't have gotten killed. It would have been JD would have been either F or Mary, but I'm not going to say who would get killed. Okay? But it wouldn't have been JD. Wouldn't have been JD. I'll give you those hints. All right. that's as far as I'm going. All right. Wig says, Luke 10:19, behold, I give you the power to tread upon serpents and scorpions and all over the powers of the enemy, and nothing shall be any means harm you. All right. All right. Hell yeah. Where's okay, let's keep moving. That last one made me laugh. 6'7". God, I know this. I've got a middle school and a high school kid, dude. Oh, I know all the Gen Z slang. I know pretty much all. It's pretty brutal when I know all about, you know, mogging and foids and jester maxing and everything like that. I know what all of it is, unfortunately. Yeah, I've got a middle schooler and a high schooler, so 2 Gen Z kids. All right, are we done with Afghanistan and Bagram for now? Afghanistan just calls you back, though. That's the thing. Britain, Russia, America. It's that mistress. Afghanistan is that mistress. We just can't stay away. You know what I mean? For the last 3,000 years, Afghanistan's been that mistress. Everybody wants to conquer, but nobody's been able to. The graveyard of empires, as it's boldly called. But yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we head back eventually. But yeah, China's turn probably. China's doing it smart, though. China's just doing it economically. So they haven't tried to invade at all. They're just actually economically allied with the Taliban. Actually, a lot smarter way to do it. So, but yeah, wouldn't be shocked if we went back to Afghanistan, because again, it's that mistress. It just calls you back. Heard this girl Amanda Ungaro. Oh yeah, everybody's been talking about this. I don't know the story, but I'm gonna find out. Got deported on Trump's say, and she's harassing Melania on X, and that's why she went public. Yeah, everybody keeps talking about this. I got to look more into this because this sounds super interesting. So thank you for bringing it up. Again, I hadn't seen that part of the story yet. What's your take on the mandatory draft this December? We just talked about it earlier. I don't know if you're here. It's not a mandatory draft. It's not mandatory draft. It's automatic registration for the draft, which again, every 18-year-old man is required to register for the draft as is. All this is doing is automatically registering your social security number when you turn 18, which you're legally required to do anyway. So it literally does nothing. However, a lot of people don't register for the draft. And when there is a draft, then they are not the people that get drafted. And typically they're able to bounce out of the country before the government figures out what's going on. That happened in Vietnam with a lot of people. So now you won't be able to do that. Now they're going to know who everybody is. So, yeah. But again, not a mandatory draft, just automatic registration. Bobby said I registered in 1984, served from 85 to 93 on the USS Enterprise. Our laundry was on the main deck after. If a missile hit us, the aft were limited phalanx there would be a laundry fire. You're saying, so Bobby, you're saying there could be a laundry fire caused by being hit by a missile. That's interesting. I think that's what you're saying here, right? That's an interesting one, right? Was the laundry fire potentially caused by what Bobby is saying here? Again, that's why I got you guys in the chat, because I don't know anything about the naval vessels. So interesting. Thank you for that, Bobby. That would kind of make sense, actually. A random laundry fire? That seems a little bizarre, right? Countries don't have friends, they have interests. True. Kiwi says, is he charge of the big red button? Zio Evangelicals be beeping nuts. Also is a blackmail threats of dropping nukes if America stops funding. Well, yeah, I mean, that's definitely a real threat, because if the United States stops supporting our greatest ally and then the Middle East decides it's payback time, they have what's called the Samson option, and that is the fact that they will destroy the world if they're going to be destroyed. And so they're scary. They're scary at the end of the day. Max says, dude, you have to read what Martin Luther, 16th century, said about the juice. That old painter took it to heart. I do not know what Martin Luther had to say. But wouldn't be surprised, because times were different. Back past about 1900, the whole Judeo-Christian, that wasn't a thing. That's a very recent sort of propaganda tool that's been used on American Protestants, right? That's not a thing that's really been historically a thing anywhere, and definitely not around the world. So would not be shocked. Not be shocked. Tree Stump Trump must be hitting them ankle curls. He's beefy, dude. He's beefy ankles. If a missile hit us in the aft, I meant. Okay, got it. Well, there you go. So you can have a laundry fire from a missile. Did not know that. Good to know. Makes me a little bit more suspicious about what happened to the aircraft carrier now that Bobby told me that. As a Marine vet, I really appreciate what you do, Nate. Cool to see the inner workings of Army Special Forces. Keep up the great work, brother. Well, thank you. Appreciate you, brother. Appreciate you. You have the same body type and Kaido from One Piece. I don't know what that is. I don't know what Kaido from One Piece is. Is that an anime? I don't watch animes. My daughter's big into anime. I don't personally, but thank you. Maybe that's a compliment. Maybe it's an insult. I'm going to take it as a compliment, though. You know what I mean? Why not? Thank you, Sean. This thing I really would hate about Kamala is her extreme anti-gun view. Love your content, Nate. Well, guess what? You didn't have to worry about that, because MAGA, after Minneapolis, they're anti-Second Amendment now, too. They don't think you should be allowed to conceal carry your weapon at a protest, and you're not allowed to carry a gun. And Pam Bondi said herself that they're trying to let law enforcement come after your guns. So there you go. MAGA also is anti-Second Amendment. So you wouldn't get anything different there either. Woo! Yay! Why hasn't the ATF been abolished yet? Anybody asking that question? We ran on that platform too. Abolish the ATF. Yeah, they're still here. So yay. Nothing different there either. Thank you, Sean, again. Blake says, trades are where it's at, Nate. I'm 25, been a painter for 7 years. Like painting homes and stuff like that. Started my own business recently. It's a very comfortable living. School is gay. Dude, yes. I'm telling you guys, a bunch of my buddies around here are in different trade jobs, construction, general contractors, and they're at this point own their own businesses, and man, they're making way more money than the kids who go to college, man. Like, it's just the reality of it, for sure. There's a lot of money in trades, especially once you own your own business. Then, yeah, especially going forward, because AI ain't replacing your painter, most likely. Maybe robots eventually, right? Like maybe 10, 20 years from now. But, they're not replacing electricians. They're not replacing plumbers. They're not replacing painters. They're not replacing linemen. They're not replacing general contractors. What they are replacing: lawyers, accountants, radiologists, finance bros. Like, you go down the line, AI is torching white collar, and high skill blue collar labor is going to be the next big gold rush, in my opinion. I think for sure. And actually, it's not my opinion. We talked about that in my master's program, my MBA program. Talked about that all the time, where a lot of students were looking into as MBA as a business degree, but also getting into owning trade skill businesses, because that's the new gold rush for sure. Pilots is another big one. We're going to have a massive shortage of pilots. That's another good one too. Welders is another one. Underwater welders. Holy shit, they make a lot of money, by the way. Super dangerous job though. But yeah, these are all great jobs, man. Great jobs, great careers to get into. Especially, you do it for 5-10 years and then you start your own business, and woof, good money. Way more than you're going to make in the regular college job field, for sure. Us to hear. Oh, Bobby says us to hear. Missile inbound, starboard side. All hands brace for shock after hit. We'd hear all hands battle stations, damage control. Report to your stations. Living in the 5th Hormuz Bucks. Trust me. Operation Praying Mantis. Were you near the Strait of Hormuz when you were in, Bobby? I do have a buddy. I do have a Navy SEAL buddy that was, and he was telling me that they would deal with like passage fees and shit all the time. Typically, like they just like pay with like cigarettes and shit to the Iranians. But times have changed a little bit now with obviously the new strait. But very cool, man. Gunner says, abandon organized religion entirely. Find a personal relationship with God. No, that's not for me. That's not for me. I do have personal relationship with God. I actually am not big on organized religion in general, but I do think there is a lot that's beneficial through if you find a good church. The community that you can get from that, I think, is actually very, very good. But you got to find a good one, I think. But everybody's different. I actually agree with you a lot. I typically am not a organized religion guy, but I'm kind of moving back that way because I do think that the community portion behind it is cool. Hard to find good communities, anywhere right now. Just way modern society works. We did this one already. I was a sports soldier in 110 SFG in 1st of the 10th in 10th group. Hell yeah, dude, out of Germany. Very cool, man. I never got to go to battles. Been through Germany, traveling into Afghanistan, the Middle East, but never actually got to go to battles. But 10th group's another great group. It's the other vacation group. There's 2 vacation groups. Call them the vacation groups. First group because we deploy, a lot to really nice areas like Thailand and Japan and South Korea. And 10th group gets to do that in Europe. Whereas 3rd and 5th group, they get to deploy to, Yemen and North Africa and Somalia, Sudan. So yeah, a little bit different, deployments a lot of the time. Vanessa says, love your channel. Finally caught it live. What are your degrees in? Just curious. So I have my undergrad is in organizational leadership, which is like the most common non-commissioned officer undergrad to get, right? And then my master's, I have an MBA, master's in business administration. So, yep. Thank you. Bobby says, sorry for the typo, brain working faster than fingers. It's a very nuke thing. Nuke thing equals ask a squid. LOL. Yeah. Yep. Were you on a submarine at all? Fuck that. That's like, oh, God. I do not like the idea of a submarine. No, thank you. Being underwater, trapped in a metal tube. Nope. Not for me. I'd much rather prefer flying in the air. Jumping out of a plane. Ryan says we need a poll. Jasmine sets the rules and the questions. Yeah, I mean, Jasmine does set the rules, but there, when it comes to F, Marry, Kill with 3 of my buddies, then I very rarely do I override Jasmine. That was the one time I'm going to override Jasmine. Oh, what's JD talking about in the chat, huh? What's JD talking about? I see people talking to him. Get so far. Oh, wait. Oh, shit, really? Dude, you got to tell him. See, maybe JD's already on it, man. We'll talk about that later. Hell yeah, that's very cool, man. I'll text you about it when I get done. All right. I missed the Mitchell says, I missed when you discussed possible Catholic conversion, but what led you to that? What led you to your sobriety? 2 things I'm highly interested in. Thanks, brother. Keep up the good, amazing work. Okay, so sobriety, 1, I just drink too much. Again, I like to say I'm not an alcoholic because I don't drink to get drunk. I just like to have, I like to get a good buzz, have a couple drinks a night. But I've been doing it for 15 years straight every day, so that's kind of too much. So really it was more for the real reason, and you guys, sometimes you just need a good friend. So the real reason why I quit drinking is because I was talking to my buddy Aaron Love, and he was talking about how he hadn't been drinking. He quit about 18 months ago. And then we were always talking about fitness related stuff. And he's at 7% body fat. And he sent me a picture and I was like, fuck, Aaron's way more shredded than me. And so the real reason was okay, I need to I need to look better than Aaron. I know that sounds super douchey, but that's just the way we work. Like your competition with your bros and special operations and like that. So I was like, I need to be more fit than Aaron, and I can't do it while I'm drinking. So I'm gonna take a break from drinking so I can get more shredded than Aaron. And you know, a month later, it's actually just been awesome. So friendly competition is what got me to quit drinking, I guess you could say. And I just needed to stop. I was just drinking too much, and I realized that. And I just stopped. Like, and I also, people ask how to do things like this. I mean, sometimes you just got to have a mental battle with yourself. Smoking, I dipped and vaped or smoked cigarettes for 20 years and quit cold turkey the day I retired and never touched it ever again. Just sheer will. Okay. Like you just be in a competition with yourself. What I like to always tell myself is that, my inner monologue inside my brain, because you know, like there's two of you, there's you, and then there's the voice in your head. I like to call the voice in my head a terrorist, and we do not negotiate with terrorists. And that's actually helped me a lot, just that framing, because when that inner voice goes, we should just have a smoke or just a dip or just a drink, you can tell yourself, hey, I don't negotiate with terrorists. A little fucking mind terrorist in my brain. It actually can get you to stop stuff like that. As for faith, a lot of it is just looking at what Catholics, the things they believe, especially on the world stage right now with everything we're seeing, and then watching what Christian evangelicals in the United States have been doing and what they believe, and just being disgusted by it for a while. That made me think, yeah, I don't like the idea of American Protestants. Not that the faith is in something I disagree with, but I don't like the company that I'm keeping with these people. And so that's what's moved me towards looking at other avenues of faith in Christianity. So we're looking at Catholicism and Orthodox, probably the two. So that's why. Long-winded story. So friendly competition and just being disgusted by what the American Protestants are. So there's that. All right. Let's keep moving here. You would have thought the graveyard T-72s in Afghanistan would have served as a warning reminder, but some struggle with learning issues. Yeah, buddy. The graveyard of empires. Roy says, drill weekend. Me and the other Joes watching you speak out for us since we're too terrified of Article 15 to speak out, says me, the barracks lawyer. I'd say this all the time, man. Let me be the one who bitches on the world stage for you. Do not do this as a either active or National Guard troop and get yourself in trouble. Okay, like just careful with the public politics while you're still in. All right, let the veterans talk the shit. All right, because again, the worst thing they can do to me is take away my retirement. Okay, which again, if they did that, then wow, what a story that would be nationwide news. If the Trump administration took away my retirement, or guys like me that are speaking out against the administration, that'd be nationwide news immediately. And again, I'm not going to be bullied by anybody, especially not the government. So, but you guys, they can screw your entire life over when you're active. So don't do that. Now that Jesse released his video some time ago, is there anything you can add to the story about David, USA Chant guy, or did you address this in another live? Yeah, I mean, that's mainly Jesse's story. Jesse brought that story to me first. And then we sat down for a couple hours and like went through it. And then me and him went to Chris Piota from the FBI and brought it to him. And then that's how that trajectory of that. That's Jesse's story. I was just somebody who he brought it to that let him know he was onto something big. And watch his stuff on it. Also, I think me in the live, if you look at the live stream on last Friday with me, Jesse, and Chris Piota, I think we talk about it on there too. So you could check that one. But it's a long, complicated story. So we're not going to get too much into it right now. Axel Viper says from Australia, hell yeah, says, hey, Nate, I very much appreciate your opinions, your partisan takes. BRS has been accused of some pretty serious crimes, but nothing on the scale of the most moral army in the world. Yeah, again, here's the thing. He's accused of them. Is there proof? What have we seen, right? I've only seen the accusations. And again, he's not the first one. I know Australia has done this to a bunch of their guys, because when I was there working with the SAS guys, they literally were telling us stories about their buddies that were being tried for war crimes. And from what they said, it was total bullshit. So the United Kingdom also is doing this. So he's not the only one. And so when it's dozens of guys, it starts to get a little suspicious. And they try to do it, like I said, they tried to do it to Eddie Gallagher, right? And he was fucking found innocent, but they tried to ruin his life and put him away for forever. Our own government tried to do that. So that's why I'm very, very suspicious of things like that. The government going after veterans like that, I don't like it. I don't like it. Typically not good. Please, boss, I've had enough of winning. Hell yeah. All right. Fixing the crumbling infrastructure is the next industrial revolution. If we put some fucking money towards it, the thing is, we're not doing anything for infrastructure at all. There's too much money spent on the wars. Black says you have to have a bachelor's degree if you want to fly for an airline, though. Large family of pilots. Yeah, but I mean, it's education. You make a lot of money as a pilot, so it's a good, it's compared to getting a degree in sociology and then working at a jewelry store in the mall, right? That's why, like, pilot. Well, although is pilot a job that's going to be taken over by AI soon, you think? I know there's a massive shortage of pilots, and that's been one of the jobs that people has been like looked at as one of the safest future jobs. But it feels like that is a job that could be not pretty easily, but maybe a job that's going to be replaced by AI fairly soon, because they already have a ton of that plane already flies itself. So I think you might get to the point where the pilot's just in there in case something goes wrong with the AI system, But yeah, it just seems like, those things. No thanks flying on an AI plane. Yeah, I don't know. I don't like the idea of it right now. I don't think AI is good enough for it. I'll battle Chat GPT for like 10 minutes trying to get it to do a thumbnail correct. So I don't know if I'm comfortable with the idea of it flying my plane yet, but I think it's like one of those jobs that could get there, right? Could get there. Like cars. Eventually we're going to have self-driving cars pretty much everywhere. So, but it'll probably be a while for that one. And I imagine you'll probably still always have pilots in there as backup, the human backup. Did you ever find out about Kyle Guac Green Beret stolen valor? No, I haven't, man. No. Bobby says, 9-man, stay on your path. Can't wait to see the studio. I'm still Zinfandel. Yeah, the studio's done. Like the construction's on it done. It looks great. It's awesome inside. But again, we got to get the internet to it. Got to get the HVAC to it. So I'm not sweating my balls off when I'm in there on the live streams. Should be done this week though. So it's gonna look different. We got a new plan. We're gonna have some of the stuff's the same, but it's gonna be different color background. It's gonna be a different setup. We're gonna have some cool new stuff, cool new logos and signs. So it'll be a little bit different. Little same, little bit different. Little same, little different. Looking forward to putting it all together. Sean says, I was their finance guy on the deployment orders. Had a lot of fun working the SF. Great guys. Got to do some fun training with them. Treated me like one of their own. They are near Stuttgart now. Yeah, Green Berets are really good at this, man. Really good about bringing in, other different jobs and training other dudes. And Green Berets are usually really, really good at that. Most Green Berets are very personable. Not all of them, but typically it's part of the job, part of a job requirement, because we do so much work with foreign nations militaries that you got to have, usually need to have people skills. Some guys don't, but a lot of guys do. Unsubscribe due to your sobriety. Love you, though. That's fine, dude. That's fine. I get it. It's the way it goes. Live stream marathon until you hit 500K subs? No way, dude. No, I will die. I'm already starving. It's 9:30. I didn't realize it's 9:30. Jesus, we're at 4 hours. This is the problem. The regular scheduled show stopped at 1 hour, 50 minutes, and we're 4 hours in because of the super chats. No, I will die. I will literally die. I got to eat, man. Maybe when we get close. God's Country said, SAS did that to Chris. Craig had no book, kicked out, moved to America just for saving lives. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yep. United Kingdom and Australia are really bad about that. All right. Roy says, Sarn, not trying to be a stink, but do you think a fair trial investigation is what makes us different from gangs of war criminals? Emphasis on fairness. I mean, we don't always get fair trial and investigation, right? Look at what's happening to Tyler Robinson. That dude's been in jail for how long? And we're nowhere near a trial. Like, you're supposed to have a right to a speedy trial and things like that. So we're not always the best about this either. I mean, think about all the people that are being detained by ICE with no fucking, they're just detained, and they're just, at some point, maybe something's going to happen with them, right? So America is pretty sketchy with its justice system as well. You know, yeah, right. Like the dude, what we're not even in the pre-trial. We're in the basic initial hearings, and what, Charlie was killed, in September 10th, right? So how many months ago is that? 7 months? 7 months later, and we're like basically nowhere moved in that trial. It's not great. It's not the greatest system. It's better than a lot of places for sure. Gonna miss the studio. It's still gonna have a lot of the same decorations and stuff. It'll be the same physique or mystique, I guess. What's aesthetics the words I'm looking for. So it'll just be a little bit different stuff. We'll be upgrading. And also, the good part is it's 2 studios. Okay, it's the in-person studio here, and then next to it is going to be a complete actual podcasting studio, so I can have guests on. Sure, JD will be my first guest because he lives down the street. So JD, I'm sure, will be the first in-person guest, but we'll be able to do in-person live streams, and I'll be able to actually have guests come out and have big guests and actually be on the show. So that'll be something we have not ever done on the show, but we will be able to do actual in-person podcasting with guests. So that's going to be a big upgrade to the channel as well. So stoked for that. Okay. Is American Thor ever making a comeback? Maybe eventually. Right now it's crazy, man. Going through moving, renovating a studio, renovating out a new gym, a combatives gym. I got tons of stuff going on. Still trying to sell this house because the market's terrible. Right now I'm carrying 2 mortgages. So, and who knows when this house will sell, because again, nobody's buying homes. So we're grinding right now. Maybe eventually. Also, Wes Watson's going to prison. So like, kind of guts a lot of American Thor, since he's such an easy target for the fake alpha male content. But yeah, I just don't have the time right now, man. Also, I'm just doing so much more content on this channel than I used to, right? So back when I was on American Thor, I was only doing like 2 videos a week on this channel. So I was do 2-3 a week on American Thor. Now I do videos every day on this channel for the most part, plus 2 live streams, sometimes more a week. So we're putting out way more content. So this is the bulk of my time goes into this one. So, all right, we're almost there. Donald J. Trump's 420 fund. He needs some badly. Yeah. Probably chill him the fuck out, right? God, Jesus. All right, last one. We made it. Got to feed those calves McDonald's and Diet Coke. It worked for Trump. Yeah. Maybe if I was just morbidly obese like Trump, I could get some, and diabetic, I could get some cankles like that. I could get those blown out McDonald's cankles that he's got. Okay. We made it to the end. All right, we did it. Thank you all so much. Another great show tonight. So final talking points again. Pin should still be in the pin comment. Make sure go if you are into reading, go grab our buddy Andy Stump's book. It's in the pin comment. Fantastic book, and obviously Andy's a wonderful guy. Also Tuesday, regular scheduled show, should be a fun one. Who knows what we're gonna be talking about by then. And then yes, Friday, I know I told you guys Professor Jang was coming on Friday. I don't do my own scheduling. My wife does the scheduling. Professor Jang was scheduled for next Friday, so he'll be on the show Friday the 17th, and that'll actually start at 6 p.m. All right, 6 p.m. Friday will be the Professor Jang episode. So looking forward to that, because don't tell Professor Jang, but he doesn't know that I speak Mandarin Chinese, so I'm going to blindside him. I'm going to blindside him with it at the start of the show. So don't cue him into the secret, right? But that should be a good episode as well. So that's what we're going to have coming up for this week. Hopefully we might be in the new new show, the new podcast studio by then. All right. So thank you all so much. Thanks to the moderators. Thanks to everybody who tuned in. Thanks for the super chats. Super generous of all of you. And I got to go grab some dinner. Got to drive home to the other house because, again, I'm here. And those of you who've been wondering where Munchkin is, Munchkin's at the new house. That's why she hasn't been in. So once we got the new studio back up, we'll be able to bring Munchkin back. So that's going to do it, guys. All right. I'll catch y'all, videos the next couple days. And then Tuesday, we'll be back, regular scheduled live. Catch y'all in the next one. See you guys. Have a good night.